welcome to Watch, Review, Repeat. This is the podcast where two best friends discuss the latest in film and television and then do it all over again the following episode. My name is Colton Brown. Joining me is Andrew Meadows.
Also known as Nick Fury.
I was going to say Solid Snake, but I guess it would be
Solid Snake's probably it's a little bit probably more
Naked
accurate.
Snake?
I feel.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a little. Well, you're comics accurate for the original Nick Fury, not so much the new modern incarnations, the ultimate onward incarnations of Nick Fury. So I appreciate the subtle cosplay. It looks like we're joined by a special guest that's wearing something a little Marvel themed as well. So first of all, welcome back to the show, Mr. Henrique Jaime. How are you, sir?
Good evening. I'm doing well, and
Could
I'm back.
Could you describe for the listeners what sort of apparel you're wearing?
So, we're doing a Marvel-themed episode, if you couldn't guess. So it's, around the holiday season already, so I'm wearing my holiday Marvel Christmas sweater of the three different Spider-Man from No Way Home pointing at each other in Santa hats,
That's very nice.
So,
that's a very nice looking sweater. I'm a little jealous. But we are indeed doing a Marvel-centered episode, a very, very big Marvel-centered episode. We've got two Marvel things to talk about on this episode. We are first going to be talking about the last theatrical film of the year for Marvel Studios with The Marvels, and then we are going to move on and talk about not the last Disney Plus entry, actually, but another Disney Plus entry, the finale of the series of Loki, which is Season 2 of Loki. So we're going to be talking about both the Marvels and Season 2 of Loki, and it may be a long one. That's how we do things. It has, Andrew and I were discussing just before we started recording, man, it feels like it's been a while since we saw a movie, since we recorded, and it has been some time, I think, since we've done a regular episode, certainly one involving a theatrical project, I guess, to say the least. So we got a big Marvel double feature to talk about, and we got the resident Marvel expert back in the virtual room to talk about it. But I'm excited. I'm excited to talk about both of these projects. I think very different from each other. And lots of stories, lots of things to get into with both of these. So it should be a good one. So buckle up, folks. Before we get into some fun facts for both these movies, for both these projects, rather, not movies, I wanted to plug our Patreon, which is if you go to patreon.com/watchreviewrepeat and chip in $2 on a monthly basis, like Mr. Jaime himself does, you can get access to the bonus episodes that we've been working on in our ongoing Epics series, and we, as of recording this, have actually put out two episodes within that series centered around the Lord of the Rings film trilogy. So the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings movies. Yeah. We talked about the Fellowship of the Ring, and that should be on the regular feed for those of you listening to this now. And for those of you listening to this when this episode drops, around the time this episode drops, we've already done the Two Towers. And so if you want to listen to that right away, just head to Patreon using the details I mentioned. Again, patreon.com/watchreviewrepeat. And you can listen to that episode right now. Right now. You can pause this episode, come back to it, listen to Two Towers in the middle if you really want to. Totally up to you. That's the beauty of podcasts. You can just listen whenever, wherever, however.
There you go.
But yeah, we are going to be talking about Return of the King soon. I think Andrew and I actually still need to watch it, which means setting aside 4-ish
never
hours
seen
of
Return
time.
of the King?
Well, it's been a while since Andrew's seen it. I think from what I understand.
I usually watch the first one and stop. I don't go much deeper.
So it should be an interesting revisit for him. I think I have seen it as recently as last year about this time. So it's a little fresher for me, but I'm certainly looking forward to finishing the trilogy and then finishing our trilogy of bonus episodes within our series of bonus episodes, which will be really cool. So again, Fellowship already out. Hopefully everyone's had a chance to listen to it. If not, definitely listen to it. It's a good one. Anna came on for a little bit as well, for that episode, talked about her experiences with Lord of the Rings and some of the animated Tolkien projects. Lots of good stuff. Lots of
fun facts.
So lots
the
of
whole
fun
series
facts.
has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we've been doing like a little chapter in each of the making of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, talking about the pre-production stuff, casting, filming, the use of like miniatures and all the forced perspective type stuff, like things like that. That's really cool. Made those movies
45,000 costumes, handmade.
Yep.
So cool.
Lots of armor, etc. So yes, definitely episodes worth checking out. For us, it was like, holy shit, it's been 200 plus episodes that we've been doing this, and we haven't talked about the Lord of the Rings other than the Amazon show. So it felt like it was time. It was certainly time. Long overdue. So why don't we talk about some fun facts? Now, I think Henrique is and we shouldn't be surprised by this. He's I think if we had to self-evaluate, definitely the most prepared of the three of us in terms of just approach to life, just general anything. I would rely on Henrique more than myself, and I would certainly rely on him more than Andrew, which is not an insult. I think it's just a fact. It's a self-own at the same time. So he is prepared, I believe, with the fun fact for both the Marvels and Loki, from what I understand. Now, I could be wrong. I do, and this whole theory.
And I don't have as many podcasts to record, so it makes it easier to just come in every once in a while with a fun fact.
You're like Batman. You got prep time. I got it.
Exactly. I got the prep time. So for the Marvels, a little film called The Marvels, you may know a certain character named Goose, a flurkin, or some people might mistake it for a earthly feline or cat because of its appearance. And wouldn't you know that it's played by a cat, but not just one cat, it's played by two cats, Tango and Nemo. So two, little tabbies. And it seemed like they gave a lot of issues. I'm sure it's not easy to film with cats. If I try to film with my cats, it sounds like never get a movie made.
Yeah.
But apparently Brie Larson is very allergic to cats, so she,
I think I have heard that. Yeah.
Obviously had to work with them and had to deal with the allergic responses and things. So, I don't know if Tango and Nemo have come out to comment much on this. Maybe they couldn't because of the SAG actor strike.
Yeah, I think they were probably restricted from doing press for a while there.
I'm hoping that they will be able to comment on that in the future.
Yeah, certainly something we'll circle back around to.
I wonder if animals are actually included in SAG-AFTRA.
I meant to look into that, because actually I was like, maybe they would be.
Legally speaking, animals aren't considered like people for the purposes of like hearsay, and talking and stuff like that, communications and stuff. So
what about parrots?
So I don't know. Parrots, that probably gets a little more tricky, a little trickier territory. Yeah. I bet there's absolutely some case law,
like a murder trial where he says, "I'm going to kill you, bitch."
Yeah, exactly. They brought out the parrot to testify.
I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you.
If it hasn't happened in real life, it sounds like it's an excellent making for a TV show.
Sounds like an Ace Ventura thing.
Yeah, that sounds great. Anyway, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's I had one
fun fact number one.
Yeah, since we have two projects going on, this one will be more of a tease, so we can get more into it later. But if obviously Tom Hiddleston can now do interviews and stuff, and they talked a lot about.
They sent his ass to Kimmel the day after the strike ended, I think.
Yeah, he was like, "I'm ready. Come see my show." But they talked a lot about the last line of the show from Loki and where that came from, and that apparently was a Tom Hiddleston idea that he thought of and was like, Loki should say this, and I won't spoil the line. We can talk about it later, but apparently the writers were like, oh yeah, that's good. Let's do that. So,
I think Hiddleston, it might have been true of season one, but he's definitely a producer on this season, so I feel like he's obviously been with this character for a long time, for over a decade now, so it kind of makes sense to have that sort of creative
he knows,
and to know what makes your character tick in such a way that this is it, this is the way it has to be. No, that's really cool. Yeah,
I like that.
I'm looking forward to talking about Loki. I'll say I'm looking forward to talking about both of these films, but Loki is definitely. I think the reason that we're able to bundle both of these projects together is because I think the Marvels is a little bit of a breezier thing, and then Loki is trippy, heady, sort of maybe deep kind of show, certainly relative to the Marvels anyway. So that is but a tease of something we'll be certainly diving into when we get into spoilers for season 2 of Loki. Yeah, okay. Well, we do have some news to get into. In fact, I'd say we have a pretty decent bundle of news. I have held back a good amount of Marvel news from the past month. Not all of it. We've talked about kind of some release date stuff and things here and there. I guess probably most recently in our Ahsoka episode. So we'll have some follow up to that a little bit as new stuff has come out. But we have a lot of Marvel stuff. We have some non-Marvel stuff, which I think is kind of I curated, as I think Henrique is certainly someone who's going to have some authority to speak on these things, have some interest in some of these things, and we have a Sony Marvel thing to talk about, which I'm really, really excited to hear some thoughts on. Oh, boy. But we're not there yet. We're not there. We're going to start with some headlines. And the thing I'm going to kick it off with is not so much I mean, I guess it really is a headline, I guess, almost. It's kind of a, I don't know, borderline hit piece sort of thing. But Variety, this is going back a bit. This is going back to, I think, maybe early November, late September. Variety put this out called Crisis at Marvel, and it discusses Jonathan Majors' backup plans, Marvel's reshoots, reviving the original Avengers, and more issues revealed. Basically kind of a deep dive into, it does seem like Marvel Studios is not on top of the world, right? In the way certainly that they used to be, where it felt like everything they put out was a smash success, a big hit, made tons of money at the box office if it was a movie, or got rave reviews if it was a show, etc. And, when we're talking about Ant-Man, I guess really going back to probably Eternals is probably the first, sign of things where it's just like, okay, all right, and then I'll still say for my own credit, and I've only seen the movie once, I don't think it was that bad. I think they've actually probably put out worse movies since it came out.
And before. They put out worse movies before.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I would agree, yeah. So I don't know, for whatever reason, that was kind of it. Like, that was where the switch got flipped of just being people turning on Marvel or just not being as forgiving maybe as they perhaps once were. But since then, it's kind of been up and down, right? And thinking about this year particularly, we've had Ant-Man at the beginning of the year, introducing, the big bad for the multiverse saga and Kang the Conqueror, and then Jonathan Majors gets into a bit of legal trouble, and still actually has a criminal trial awaiting for the charges of domestic assault that were brought against him. So that's a big kind of like, what the fuck is happening with that? That's been an ongoing saga all year, and that's one sort of thing that we'll get into in a second. Beyond that, they had Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, which by all accounts was a rousing success, made a lot of money, was pretty well received overall. Yeah. Then you have the Marvels, which we'll talk about a little bit more in depth here, but this article gets into a little bit. This is in the lead up to the Marvels coming out, where it's just like, how's this going to do? The answer is not very well. Not very well at all. And that's something we'll get into in more detail when we talk about the movie and the box office and all that stuff. But then on the TV side of things, you're seeing, I think, in the past couple of years, it was really like every couple months, as soon as something ends, something comes right back out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like hardly a break. Or if there is a break, you've got a Mandalorian or a Boba Fett or, an Ahsoka or something filling the gaps. This year has been a bit more of a dearth in terms of the Disney Plus side of things. We got Secret Invasion, which was a thing. Yeah. Which certainly has connections to the Marvels, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it does. I don't know. We'll talk about that. But until Loki came out, it really was just kind of like not a lot going on this year. On the Disney Plus side of things. Yes, Secret Invasion did come out, but it really kind of came and went. You know what I mean? And,
right.
And for good reason. I think it's the only Disney Plus Marvel show to date that Andrew and I, or Henrique for that matter, since he's really here for all our Marvel things, that we didn't do an episode on it. We just kind of watched it here and there and talked about it here and there, and it's like, I don't think we regret our decision.
No,
to be quite honest. I'm sure it would have been perfectly fine as an episode. It wouldn't have. It would have been a rare episode where we're kind of just like, kind of sucked a little bit, didn't it? We don't do those as often these days. We're a little bit more choosy. We can kind of weed things out. We didn't do The Exorcist as another example of just being like, this movie's probably pretty shit. Why are we going to waste our time with it? But yeah, it's been an on and off kind of weird up and down sort of thing with Marvel Studios, where it's just like, everything's not clicking. You think about Infinity War, Endgame and that lead up and that the whole phase 3 was like, man, it was just fucking banger after banger after banger, and like nothing was stopping that train. And in the past few years, it really hasn't been that. Again, there have been some really, really good things in there, Guardians included, Black Panther, I think, included, Wakanda Forever. But on the whole, little shaky overall. So this article on Variety, to kind of bring it back to that, just kind of doing a little bit of a dive into like what's going on with this, what's going on, and why do things seem to be so dire? And what is happening with some of these things where it's just like, well, what the hell is going on? So to start with the Jonathan Majors in the room, the elephant in the room, which is Jonathan Majors. He we don't know what the resolution of his criminal trial is going to be with his domestic violence case. Nonetheless, I think that it's probably fair to say, for anyone that's kind of been following it, he hasn't exactly come off very well, I think, throughout the saga of this. I think he's pulled a page out of the Bluth family playbook and gotten the worst fucking attorneys, is my honest assessment of it. Like I don't know if you guys saw this. There was like a couple of months ago, there was like a video that his attorneys put out of him breaking up a fight between two girls at a high school, and it's like, why is there a video of this? Why is he doing this? It's like, are we suddenly he would break up a fight in high school between two girls because he is at a high school for some reason. He's definitely not the type of person that would hit someone that he's romantically involved with. Okay, all right, weird flex, but okay. There's a stuff where it's just like, well, actually, she was the aggressor, and actually, she's being charged as we speak with assault and everything, and it completely vindicates my client. And then the police were like 2 hours later, were like, yeah, that's not true. She's not being charged with anything. So it's kind of just like, what is happening here? So we don't know. Again, we don't know what the resolution of all that is going to be, but certainly it's a fucking headache for Kevin Feige and company of just being like, what do we do with this actor who is being positioned as the big bad of this universe, and not only the big bad of this universe, but a big bad in which there are multiple incarnations of this big bad, in which we've seen multiple of them. We see some of them in Loki. We have seen some of them in season 1 of Loki. We saw like fucking 7 different versions, specifically in Quantumania, in addition to the millions that were filling a fucking stadium worth of shit. So it's like, it's a mess, right? It's a big mess of what happens here. So some of the speculation of what they may do, and I'm curious how you guys would handle this. And then some of the stuff we'll talk about, if we want to talk about his character's involvement in season 2 of Loki, we can get into in spoilers later too. But one of the speculation, that maybe Marvel is considering is shifting away from Kang as the big bad and maybe bringing in someone like a Doctor Doom as more of the focus right now, and in the near future. So, that's an angle that they call, that they may have. There's a quote in this article, which this came out before the ending of Loki, where it's just someone, says Marvel is truly fucked with the whole Kang angle. And we don't see a path of how they move forward with Jonathan Majors. And I think that is said in the context of having seen the finale of the Loki, season 2, which I'm not really sure that I agree with that quote. Again, we can circle back to it. But, one of the options that's mentioned in this is, well, maybe you could just recast. I mean, it's not like a crazy thing, So I'll stop there for now. What do you guys think? And again, this is something we can circle back around to. But in general, what do you think? Is Marvel fucked, by relying on Kang as a big bad? Something else that's mentioned is that Quantumania wasn't a smash success. They thought introducing Kang, would generate a lot of audience interest, but not a ton of people saw that movie. Not enough people saw that movie for him to have Thanos levels of intrigue or anything like that. So what do you guys think? Where are you guys at with Kang and the Jonathan Majors saga? Where do you guys stand? How would you maybe handle it? If old Kev gave you a ring, where are you guys at with this stuff?
Enrique,
Kev?
What do you think?
We got you covered here. Just listen to us and send some royalty checks. We'll get this ship back on sale. But I think it's tough. I mean, I'm almost convinced at this point that they are shifting away from Kang, just from recent news talking about director changes and things like that. Like
things we'll get into.
I feel like I'm almost convinced. Honestly, I think you could get away with using another actor, like you were saying, recasting, especially when it's a multiverse kind of story. Like we can recast, and there are other talented actors, and he just looks different because it's a different version from a different universe.
We've already had an universe precedent of multiple Peter Parkers looking different, multiple Lokis
different Lokis,
from
right?
season 1, so it's like
you got an alligator.
Is recasting
like
such a crazy concept? Like,
but
I get it.
Yeah,
he's a good actor, and you certainly feel like, without all this drama, you stake your whole universe, the whole multiverse on this guy being the guy.
Rock solid, it sucks.
Yeah.
At this point, do you need to? Do you want to?
Right, but I think Josh Brolin did a fantastic job with Thanos, but that it wasn't just because of his performance that the Infinity War and Endgame did so well. I think it was just they wrote the entire story out, right? Like they had all these movies leading up to it, and I think a lot of props have to go to the writers on this. This is why companies should pay writers more, because they create one movie or many movies that lead to like the most successful movie franchise in the history of Hollywood. So I think, if anything, they would just need better writing for Kang. I think we talked a little bit about it in the Ant-Man episode of, maybe he's not dead, but like he's kind of off the table, like the Kang from that movie. Like, sure, he can come back, but like they kind of removed him from the table. And I think, spoiling Loki season 1 and other things, like have seen some Kangs come and go. So it's also like, which Kang is the bad Kang and like the real Kang and Prime Kang, and like who's the true villain? So I think a little bit it's maybe the writing for Kang hasn't been very as good as at least Thanos in Infinity War and such. So I think if we had a better written character, maybe this wouldn't even be a problem. Like you could just recast them, find another good actor, and move on. Like I think he has acting skill. I can't speak to his character. Seems questionable.
Well, you saw him break up that fight in high school,
so obviously he's a very good guy.
He's an impeccable moral character, I think.
I think questionable is a very fair statement, at least. But acting skill, sure, yes. He's a fantastic actor. But you could get away with recasting. I don't think that would derail your whole franchise.
I think I agree 100% with you. I think that it would be a much heartfelt loss if he were written better. My whole issue with, I guess, Phase 4, is the phase we're in, right? We're in Phase 4.
I think we're in 5 now.
Okay, so I guess 4 and 5, maybe.
Right, and 4 didn't really have an Avengers-esque ending, which almost feels like there is no real transition point, no handoff from 4 to 5. It's just
like what are we working
movies
towards?
and projects keep coming out. Yeah,
exactly. And so without
and that's something we've talked about, I think, probably over the past couple of years is, what is this building to? We still don't totally know.
Like we know because of like, they go to D23 or whatever it is, the Disney conventions.
Right.
We know
2 Avengers movies, blah blah blah.
What they want to do, right? But as just an audience member, as a patron of the movie theater, we don't. It's really ambiguous what angle or what direction they're moving in. They have the multiverse thing going on right now, and there's the looming Kang's been talked about, but one Kang got left in the microverse or whatever, and and then we're going to talk about a Mr. Timely, and there's things that happen, but as far as the future goes of the MCU, I agree with you. If we had a better written villain, and we could have had, I mean, Jonathan Majors is a fabulous actor, and we saw glimmers of that in Loki season 1. You know what I mean? We saw hints of that. We could have had a lot if he were written as the focal point that he's been that we've been led to believe that he is. You know what I mean? But he doesn't feel like the focal point, at least in my opinion.
I mean, Ant-Man beat him up earlier this year. And, that's kind of what we're at right now is All right. So the big bad got beat up by Ant-Man. Okay.
So
interesting.
If the big bad got beat up by not Batman, by Ant-Man.
If Batman beat him up, I would say that's valid. A lot of people get beat up by Batman. It's almost like a badge of honor.
And with certain things that happen in certain movies in Marvel and the Marvels and Loki, and with the endings of both of these movies, I think it would be awesome to segue to, you do have a guy that controls time, and he's a badass, okay? He created a continuum and this and that, okay? But the real threat here is Doctor Doom, and he's really he's playing the long game. I think I would like to see a direction to Doctor Doom if Majors, if they choose to go into a different direction. I would just veer left into another direction, write him off the table, and just move. You know what I mean? People forget. The audience forgets quickly. Just pivot, move, go.
Kang
Dynasty? No. The Doom Dynasty.
Doom Dynasty.
That doesn't sound so bad.
You just call
it a little alliteration.
Just Doom.
Yeah.
Just Doom.
Doom.
Just called Doom.
I like that too.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how they play it all. Obviously, this is, we don't know, and we won't know, I think, really for a couple of years. Yeah, it's there's a lot to unpack. There's a lot, that we just don't know yet in terms of how they're going to choose to move forward with things. I think at this point, they're probably holding pat until this trial actually happens. It's been continued several times, which is why it's still unresolved at this point. So, I don't know. I'm personally on the recast boat. I think that Doctor Doom is such a cool character. I think, to me, if you can do it in the right way, great. But I think,
that's fair too.
Just kind of shoving him in as a replacement for Kang. I don't think you really have to reconfigure, I think, a lot of things, I think, for Doctor Doom to make sense in that particular type of role. But hey, Kevin Feige, he's got a task ahead of him, right? So it really just remains to be seen what he and all the folks over at Marvel Studios kind of choose to do with this. It's a bit of a shit show. And compounding that is just other, projects just having issues. All right. So there's some stuff with the Marvels drama, of Nia DaCosta, who's the director, left to do, another movie while it was in post-production. And so, it's a weird situation. And then it's come out since she's like, yeah, I worked on it remotely. It's 2023. It's a very boomer mentality of, you can't do your job at home. It's like, no, actually I can. I actually probably do it better at home, in fact. And it's like, but you're supposed to be in the office, at 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. and you can't do anything. You must be staring at a computer screen that whole time. Otherwise you're not working, properly. So I kind of feel like that was a little overblown. That's where I think it gets a little hit PC and sort of kind of things that it's looking at. Other things in that talk about, the VFX being bad, etc., which is stuff that we've certainly talked about for a while. I think the VFX team, if we haven't talked about it, has unionized, has voted to unionize, which I think is probably a really good plan if you're working for Marvel VFX, because I think there are probably a lot of very overworked and underpaid folks, if I had to speculate. So I think that's good. I think probably going to be good overall, even if it makes Marvel spend some more money and, pay people more and maybe give them more fucking time, I think is really the bottom line. I think when people are given time to work and to cook, they can things look fine. You know what I mean? So
things look fantastic.
I think you can even talk about that and things that we're talking about. Well, yes, Avatar is a great example. Outside within the Disney sphere, but outside of Marvel,
Avatar's more of like a crock pot fucking meal. That's like,
but even in Marvel, I feel like even in Marvel, I think you can see certain projects look better than others, and it's probably because there was more planning done, pre-production done, more time for post-production, etc. Would be my speculation on all that. So, last thing in this is Blade. Blade has been an ongoing. What the fuck is happening here? And so there's a little word on Blade in this. And the article basically says that, Mahershala Ali obviously is fucking pissed about the fact that they can't seem to get the script right. There was apparently, according to this article, a version of the script at which point the main characters were women, and Blade was relegated to the fourth lead character in his own movie. There have been writers involved in incarnations of this are like, I never saw a version like that, so I'm not really sure what they're talking about here. So that may or may not be true. But what is true and what we do know is they have scrapped multiple versions of the script. They've brought on multiple writers. They've brought in new writers to get it right. And I have to imagine it's probably Ali, who I think has quite a bit of pull because he's an actor of, really, really good caliber, basically being like, I want this, let's do this right. We're going to do this, the right way. So the latest news, which is outside of this article on Blade, it's currently slated for 2025, I think, or actually it may have been pushed to 2026 at this point, which I think is fine. They're going to do a budget of under $100 million, and it's going to be rated R. That's what we know about it.
Okay.
Which is, maybe a darker, more violent, side of the MCU, which we haven't really seen to this point. And I think certainly for a character like Blade, great. You want to make it R-rated? You should be spending less money on it. I think that's all kind of business savvy sorts of things to do. And the last thing, which I think I did bring up earlier, it's in the headline, is that, there's talk that they'll bring back the original Avengers for something, including dead characters like Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man, Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow. Chris Evans commented on this. He's like, news to me. But, obviously actors are full of shit. Maybe they've been contacted, or maybe this is 5-10 years out, I mean, is there a scenario in which Iron Man and Black Widow and Captain America, OG Captain America are involved in Avengers Secret Wars? Absolutely. You know what I mean? Like,
why wouldn't they be?
I think if you're doing full multiverse shit, it doesn't even have to be the versions of the characters that we, saw on screen for a decade. It could be any version of these fucking characters. So, I don't know. Anyway, a lot going on in here. We spent a lot of time on this. I guess we should probably move on. Hey, it's an interesting time for Marvel, and we're going to see the fruits of their labor. We're going to talk about the fruits of their labor here with the Marvels and the Lokis. So that's just a, I guess, kind of thing to set things up. So the rest of the news is a little more straightforward. A little more straightforward, I think, more straight down the line kinds of things. So the next piece of news that we're going to talk about is what's going on Daredevil Born Again, because the last time we talked about it was probably just another article of being like, Marvel is creatively reshuffling everything. It's a shit show. No one knows what they're doing. Everyone's, they're all a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off running around, etc. So Daredevil Born Again sounds like the creatives involved have been selected. So it's going to have a new showrunner by the name of Dario Scardapane, who worked on Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan, the Prime series with Jim from The Office, John Krasinski, and also worked on the Netflix Punisher series. So he's taken over as showrunner, and the remainder of the episodes that will be directed, and I think the first part of this, which is probably, I would imagine, at least 5 or 6 episodes worth of stuff, is going to be none other than Justin Benson and Aaron Moorhead. Fine folks who we're going to talk about, who directed 2/3 of season 2 of Loki, are clearly there's clearly a buddy system going on with them and Marvel Studios, and I think they directed an episode or 2 of Moon Knight as well. So they're going to be the sole directors, it sounds like, for the rest of what's being filmed for this. At the time that they pressed pause on filming due to the writers and actors strikes, less than half of the 18 episodes for the series had been shot. The plan, to reiterate some things that we would have talked about whenever we did talk about it, is they're going to keep some of the footage that they already shot, but then they're going to basically rework the whole series into a completely different story. They weren't happy with the iteration that they had seen from looking at the dailies when they had the time to do it during the strikes, and so they're reconfiguring the show to be something a little bit different. So they brought in a new showrunner here, and they're bringing in new directors to basically finish directing it, because all the directors that were set to direct those other episodes were released from their contracts. So yeah, what do you guys think? Scardapane, I mean, Jack Ryan, we watched season 1 of a long time ago. I hadn't watched anything else. I'm sure we all watched the Netflix Punisher series, and we probably would have covered it. Justin Benson and Aaron Moorhead, though, so maybe some inspiring choices. I don't know. How do you guys feel?
I feel good about it. It sounds like this is the result of what happens when you cook. And hopefully, I mean, it sounds like they're informed decisions. It sounds like they're, all parties that are now involved are very capable. Not that the people before weren't capable, but I mean, if they were given the chance and people involved didn't like what they saw, then yeah, it sounds like they got some real. I mean, I'm a big fan of Justin Benson and Moorhead, Aaron Moorhead. So
yeah,
real excited about that.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds fine. I haven't seen what's the Tom Clancy show, Jack Ryan.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it. So, but Punisher season 1 I thought was fine. I think I liked him better in Daredevil season 2 personally, and I think when you're making a new show with kind of similar cast characters as the Netflix shows, and I think that those 3 seasons of the Netflix Daredevil are one of the best things that Marvel has put out to date. So I think you got some you got some big shoes to fill. So I hope that they're really putting in the effort and going to turn out a good product.
Yeah, I mean, and again, to reiterate, I think the reason for this scrapping what had been done, or at least part of what had been done, is for whatever reason, and someone would have had to greenlight this in the first place, is they were kind of treating this Daredevil Born Again as a legal procedural sort of thing, case of the week sort of deal. And I think that they looked at it and thought, why isn't this like the Netflix show that people love and want more of? And it does seem like that's what they're retooling it to be, is something more akin to Daredevil, where he's in the suit more, he's beating the shit out of people, and it's a little more bloody and grimy, and and I think you could still have obviously legal aspects and procedural aspects to it all, but if they want, I think, a more serialized focus for this series, and we can't really definitively say which would be better of the original incarnation versus what we're gonna get, but certainly it sounds like, if it wasn't working, if what they had on their plates was Secret Invasion-esque and they thought, oh shit, we can't put 2 of these out, then I think fine. Do what you need to do, even if it means chucking some stuff in the bin.
Maybe there's no hallway fight scene. They're like, I think we're missing something.
We got to get a hallway fight. That's right. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. I don't know. All right, well, there you have it. That's some news on Daredevil Born Again. I'm sure we'll be back to talk about Daredevil Born Again before long, but we're going to get outside of some Marvel stuff for now. And go talk about some Nintendo stuff. This is something we actually, I think, teased in the Ahsoka episode. Director Wes Ball, we talked about in context. He's directing Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, which is coming out next year. We talked about the trailer for that, and I said, remember that name, And the reason you should remember that name is because he is set to direct a live-action film based on the Legend of Zelda. Nintendo and Sony Pictures are co-producing a Legend of Zelda live-action film. Miyamoto, old Shiggy himself, Shigeru Miyamoto, made the announcement on the Nintendo Twitter account. He's working with legendary Sony producer Avi Arad, who is responsible for all of the Sony Marvel goodness that we have seen, including the Venoms of the world and stuff. And so this kind of marks the continuation of, Nintendo taking their beloved properties and bringing them to the big screen.
Man,
obviously, very, very different. Very, very different than what we got with Mario, with Illumination, working on an animated movie there. This is live action. This is big deal. This is, I don't know. So many directions you could take this in too. Mario has always been fucking Mario, but Zelda, very, very different iterations of the character. Are we going to do a Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom-esque thing? Ocarina, original story, oh man, so many directions that this could go and so many bad directions that this could potentially go into.
Well, excuse me, princess. That's the best direction they can go in.
They could do that. Should I hope I'm not preempting anyone. It's just a matter of time until we get Tom Holland as Link, right? Because it's Sony. He's the guy.
I mean, he can do the roles. He can talk. He can jump and do some backflips, just like Link. So
he's very acrobatic. There's no doubt about it. Does Link speak in this fucking? Do we get Chris Pratt?
Jack Black.
Is Chris Pratt just going to be Link too?
Can we cast the movie?
I'd love it. You have ideas? Bring him to the table. We can have a we're in the boardroom right now. We're just pitching. We're spitballing a little bit. What do you got? Who's what characters do we want? We want Link. We want Zelda. Do we want a Ganondorf?
We need Ganondorf.
So what do you think?
Like a true prequel. We need The Rock as Ganondorf.
The Rock.
Okay, pretty
Some
good.
Big muscles. Yeah,
he's big guy. Or John Cena maybe. Okay.
Oh, John Cena. Okay, we can do a good punch and it'd be big and brawly.
I think one of the Goros. That doesn't sound right, does it?
Gorons.
The Gorons could be Danny DeVito. He could be a Goron.
Yes,
love it.
Yes.
Danny DeVito definitely needs to be involved because
fucking signing on this.
I mean, he should just be in everything. I mean, it's just a fact. It's a fact of life. Danny DeVito in everything is a good thing.
Who's
Zelda?
Zendaya as Princess Zelda.
Zendaya could work for Princess Zelda. I've also seen her.
You got to bring
her Euphoria co-star Hunter Schafer been thrown out as well for Zelda. She definitely has a kind of Zelda-esque appearance, so could be. That would be cool. It'd be very progressive for Nintendo and Sony, which is why it won't happen.
Danny DeVito should be Tingle.
Danny DeVito would be an excellent Oh, God. Put him in the green onesie.
Yes.
I love it.
That's good. Yes.
I love it. I'm fully on board now.
I love this movie already. I'm all on board, 100%.
Be fun and lighthearted.
Yeah.
It could be a very serious movie too. Do you think?
I don't think it will be. It's going to be PG-13 action adventure, jokes here and there. I don't think it has to be. I just think that that's where it's going to go. Just based on the Mario movie, which I think was fun and charming, but at the end of the day was kind of nothing, right? You know what I mean? Like it was 90 minutes of fluff,
there,
right? I'm curious about this one. I at least felt like the Mario one with Illumination felt like that could work. Fun voice cast. Obviously, you're making different versions of these characters where he's saying more than all the time. And here it's like, there's some straight up pornographic sounds from the Zelda NPCs. Like, how are they going to translate that? So I don't know. It's going to be really interesting. It's going to be fucking fascinating.
You said it's live action.
It's gonna be.
I don't know.
It's live action. I think
that's the thing.
That's the thing. Like, you could do a fucking cool animated.
Give me a
Zelda.
Miyazaki style animated.
Totally.
Oh, that would have been, that'd be great.
That would be pretty. And then
if you're co-producing with Sony, do a Spider-Verse type of thing, like the watercolor inspired graphics. Like that could totally
different
work.
Different kingdoms. You go into different kingdoms, it's different art style.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, live action is where it
go
loses
from like
me
2D to 3D and
yeah.
But this one's live action, so we won't have that.
But it's live action.
Yeah.
We will not have that. But it's happening. So hey, I anxiously await casting news and just other general and like what's the story?
This
what's
is going to be written by Derek Connolly.
So many ways it could go. Oh yes, that's a good point. Derek Connolly, writer of classics such as Jurassic World, and I think maybe it's sequels or at least co-wrote on some of the sequels.
Yeah.
Is Fee the name of the spirit that lives inside the Master Sword? Fee.
Oh yeah.
Does that sound right?
So
Scarlett Johansson should be Fee.
Yeah, I'm down. She's got. Yeah,
she was a computer in her. She can play a sword.
Yep, she's done it before. She knows how to voice act. She'll be fine.
Yeah,
she'll be good. So the screenwriter wrote screenplays for Jurassic World, Monster Trucks, Kong Skull Island, Pokemon Detective Pikachu. There's your Danny DeVito synergy, so it's got to happen now.
Go, yeah.
Wait, no, he wasn't even in that. Shit, I thought he was, but he wasn't actually. He was just fucking Ryan Reynolds. God damn it. I just self-deluded myself into thinking Danny DeVito actually was. It was just a fan campaign that should have happened. God damn it. And then he did the story of The Rise of Skywalker. He worked on the story, along with others, of The Rise of Skywalker and Jurassic World Dominion. So,
ouch.
So,
yikes.
None of that is great. None of that is great.
It's an uphill battle, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Yes. But we'll see what happens. If anyone's going to steer the ship in the right way, it's going to be our boy.
Like, why wouldn't you just grab a writer from the video games, right? Is that not possible? Hey, listen.
To be honest, like
we're Nintendo. We're gonna
been one of the most.
Work on movies.
Zelda is like a very story light kind of video game, intentionally so. You know what I mean? Like it's not really about like a big plot driven thing. Like it's usually like, yeah, Ganondorf's here to fuck shit up. You got to stop it, and otherwise the world's gonna end. It's like, yeah, okay, all right.
I'm gonna say Liam Neeson as Rauru. the king.
Oh, that'd be good. He's definitely got the voice for it, the presence. So.
Yeah.
Okay. We got to move on. Because we could be here for a long time talking about Zelda. Spartacus is coming back.
What?
Not Spartacus himself, because the character of Spartacus met his end at the end of that series, at least if it follows history. I didn't actually watch it to the end. But we're getting a Spartacus continuation.
It's also named
over
Spartacus.
at Starz.
Nice. It's
called Spartacus House of Ashur. It's Nick Tarabay coming back to play the character of Ashur once again. You know, he was a real bastard of a character for anyone that watched that show.
I remember him.
Backstabbing traitor. So the conceit of this, I guess I'll say, did anyone actually finish watching the original Spartacus run?
Oh yeah, I watched all of them
through War of the Damned.
Season 2. Yeah,
I just watched season 1. There's a lot of sex in it. Okay. I remember that.
A lot of sex, a lot of violence. It was 300 light until it actually figured out, we can make our own show that it's actually pretty good too.
It was good.
It was good.
For all the ridiculousness, I liked it.
I think I definitely watched through the prequel, and I think I watched the first season without Andy Whitfield. Proper Spartacus with Liam McIntyre in the role.
Yeah, McIntyre.
I don't think I actually finished it. So anyway, light spoilers, but apparently the description of the show is, the series poses the question, what if Ashur hadn't died on Mount Vesuvius at the end of Spartacus Vengeance, which I guess was the second one.
Yes.
And what if he had been gifted the gladiator school once owned by Batiatus in return for aiding the Romans in killing Spartacus and putting an end to the slave rebellion? So this is a what if Spartacus series of, we like this actor, we like this character, what if we didn't kill him off and instead have this alternate version of history instead? Which is kind of weird.
It's pretty weird.
Are there a lot? Does Spartacus have that big of a following?
I don't
I
know.
feel
don't know
like
if
it
it's
can.
I think it's got a loyal following.
I don't know.
Sure,
it's just like every college boy, man.
I guess the bigger thing is, like, if you're Starz, what do you do? You know, because if you're Starz, people look at you and think, I'm not paying for that. You know what I mean? Like, what is Starz?
So now what you say is,
offer?
Hey, we're Starz. We have the Spartacus. What if?
Let's go back to the well. You know what? Like, Spartacus was one of our biggest shows. It's one of the only times in our history that people actually willingly paid money, or at least torrented enough, or bought it on Blu-ray enough that we could turn a profit from it. Let's bring it back. Let's do Spartacus again, but not again. Let's do
what if?
What if Spartacus, but different? But what if? What if a different version of Spartacus, where it's different gladiators now because Spartacus is dead, and now it's, let's get this. It's got Stephen S. DeKnight coming back, who was the original showrunner for the Spartacus series, so it's not just a full-on cash grab necessarily, but it is a weird fucking conceit, I think, overall. So, what do you guys think? I mean, Andrew might have been on the Starz platform for a year or two for American Gods, but I don't think, have any of us watched anything on there? Maybe, I think they got the Party Down revival, which I do want to watch, but I haven't.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I was definitely on board with American Gods, but I mean, I feel like maybe it's because it was on Starz that it was like just drove straight into the fucking ground. You know, I don't know.
Yeah,
that was real disappointing. Yeah, I don't know. Sounds really fucking weird. Like, why not just remake Spartacus? If that's what you want to do? It was a surprising one.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm looking at the cast list now, and I'm like, of all the people that would want to do a spin-off, Ashur is like pretty low down on my list of people I want an entire show based on. Like a whole Crixus show. Like,
I remember Crixus.
I do that
for sure.
You just like asshole in the beginning and then becomes friends with Spartacus. Fucking, he was awesome.
Yeah, Manu's not up to date. Like, dude made some shitty.
I mean, they had a spin-off with Gannicus
show.
Is that the coach?
Right.
No, that was the prequel with.
That was the prequel, Gods of the Arena. Yeah, that was fucking cool.
That was pretty good. Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm like, there's a lot of cool. Fucking. Remember Jake Courtney was in this? He was like his best friend.
Yeah, that was like when we liked him before. We were like, oh no, this guy fucking sucks at acting. Amazing.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, I agree. It's,
I mean, literally anyone. Like,
it's certainly something.
Yeah. Mira could have had a cool arc. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a weird one.
Oh, yeah. Well, hey, excuse me. Did you think that you could make a series with a woman as a lead? Is that what you're saying? What an interesting
I think you
that
can.
would be.
I think
a woman in charge of slaves.
Some of them could fight and kick a lot of ass.
I remember Lucy Lawless being good in that show.
Yeah, she was good. I guess she was a pseudo lead. She wasn't quite John Hannah's, Badiatis or anything. Badiatis.
Lucy Lawless is badass.
Anyway, I think it's time to move on. We are going to go back to Marvel. This is something that actually happened while we were recording Ahsoka, and I forgot to circle back around to it. But Marvel has officially moved dates. We talked about it. We knew that things were moving around because of the strikes. Even though they have been resolved, we knew that things were getting moved around on the board. But it is official now that Deadpool 3 has vacated its May 3rd date for next year, and it has taken over the July 26th date for 2024, which was originally held by Captain America Brave New World. And Captain America Brave New World has been moved to February 14th of 2025. So Captain America, I think, had been done filming. And so it sounds like there's going to be a significant amount of reshoots to accommodate this big delay. Whereas Deadpool 3 has been about half complete at the time of the strikes ending and has already resumed filming at this point. But what that means is that Deadpool 3 is going to be the only Marvel movie we get in theaters next year from Marvel Studios. That's the only MCU movie we'll be getting, which is a rarity that we get just one. Like 2 was standard for a bit, and then it went up to 3, and that kind of became standard for a bit. But one is kind of phase 1 type of shit. So yeah, big deal. Obviously, again, probably just goes to the greater point of what we talked about earlier of just, Marvel kind of reconfiguring things. We talked about Daredevil, obviously, Blade, which Blade, by the way, is indeed 2020. It's 2025. It's November of 2025 is where it's officially set for. So that's fully 2 years away now. Thunderbolts is 2025 as well. I'm sure I think the Avengers movies are set for 2025 and 2026, or maybe even 2026 and 2027. So, they got the things kind of planned out a whole ways away. But I think things are kind of getting pushed back. And obviously, again, a lot of this is strike induced, but maybe it's a net positive of get this shit right. Stop rushing things out when they're kind of half baked, half cooked, when the VFX are half done and very visibly half done. And this is the way to do it. So yeah, what do you guys think? One MCU movie and Deadpool 3 next year.
I would have said I'm not a fan, but I'm actually a fan because I just want good content. So, like you said, I think less is more sometimes, and I think we've gotten too much maybe with Marvel. Let's focus and let's put some quality and thought into each project and give them enough time and turn out a good product. And especially because this one seems like it's, end of a trilogy, like going to bring kind of X-Men universe into the MCU. So it seems like a pretty big movie.
All right. And it could be a successful big movie coming off of 2 very popular entries in the Deadpool franchise that maybe gets the general audience back on Marvel's side in a way that puts them in better position 2025 onward. Maybe. Or maybe it sucks and we're exactly where we are now. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, as long as that's what they're doing, is pushing them back to let people continue to work on them, you know what I mean?
And again, I think this is almost certainly largely strike-induced. They couldn't film for a long time, for months, because of the strikes. Obviously, they couldn't write for even longer because of those strikes. So it's like, the repercussions of that is being felt in the sense that, you can't just immediately go right back to it. Like, some of these can. Deadpool, it seems like, is kind of just, we're happy with what we're at. We're going right back into it. Whereas Captain America and Daredevil was one of those things like, let's maybe spend some more time on this. This isn't where we want it to be.
Which is perfect. That's good. That's what time's supposed to do. So, good. And to be honest, not to sound like superhero fatigue, but I kind of like going to the movie theaters and watching something other than a superhero movie once a month.
Yeah.
There's
that's fair.
A lot of good stories to be told, and they all don't need to be Marvels once a month, or once every 2 months. So that's okay. You remember the days of?
Are you saying Are you saying Martin Scorsese won?
I think MCU did it to themselves.
Killers of the Flower Moon's box office grosses might have something to say, but
MCU was up 3-1 and blew a lead.
Yeah, it's just
maybe.
I think that it happens with everybody. They just get content, or they get excited and they just like blah, 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 and they just vomit it all out. But yeah, I mean,
30 plus movies into the MCU, not to mention the probably 10-ish shows that we've got.
And we saw an expansion of
a lot of shows.
Saw the expansion of the properties, right? Like, I mean, there's a lot of angles that they can go in. So, I mean, it can get unwieldy for sure. You just got to really take the time and dial it back in and figure out a direction to move in. And I feel like that's what's been missing, in my opinion. Because you have to feel the urge, like what's next? What's next? What are we moving to? And if you never get any delivery on that, then what's the the Eternals? The Eternals with the sword. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, with like the blade and Black Knight.
Yeah, we haven't heard about that for fucking 2 years.
Right.
Okay. There's a sword.
I mean, apparently there's a celestial just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, there's the other. Yeah, not to mention the big fucking.
Yeah, right. We don't know anything about that either.
Poking out of the earth. Right. Yeah. I agree. There's been a lot of like post-credit scenes of being like, look, it's Harry Styles in that movie, literally, and there's this horrible looking CG troll. Or in Thor, like, troll. Look, it's Hercules. Hercules is here, and Zeus is still alive, or whatever.
Oh, I forgot about Hercules. All right. Holy shit.
Yeah, of course you did, because it's not significant. Like, the things that are happening don't matter, apparently. But in those first movies, like, everything mattered. You know what I mean? Everything had stakes.
It was like, look, it's Thor's hammer. What's coming up next? Thor. It's like, all right. It's like, it was like really was kind of feeding it like a handoff to the next project.
That's cool.
Not as much of a 5 years down the line, this character will show up again, sort of thing, where it's just like, well, maybe in 5 years that'll be cool, but right now I'm like, okay, like, great.
I don't know. Feels unwieldy.
He looks a little silly.
So I'm excited for a little bit more time, rein everything in a little bit, figure out what direction you want to move in, and fucking get there. There's stories to be told, tell them.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. All right, well, more things happening on the production side of things for Marvel Studios. Destin Daniel Cretton has dropped out as director of Avengers Kang Dynasty.
He says peace. I'm out.
He says peace, which to clarify, is dated currently for May 1st of 2026. So it's a little less than 3 years away. And then Secret Wars will follow May 7th of 2027, and that will be the conclusion to Phase 6 of the MCU. So his reason for departing is because he wants to focus on his other Marvel projects that he's currently working on. So one of the shows that was in production at the time of the strikes was a show called Wonder Man, which stars Yahya Abdul-Mateen II as the character Wonder Man, and Cretton is the EP on the series and directed the first 2 episodes, and shooting is going to be resuming on that. Probably actually already has. It said after Thanksgiving, and wouldn't you know, we're here after Thanksgiving, so maybe shooting has resumed or is going to resume very soon. And then it sounds like, because he signed an overall deal with Marvel, it sounds like maybe he will be working on something like a Shang-Chi 2. Shang-Chi 2, I guess I said it wrong. Went back to the old pronunciation before I actually saw the damn movie. So yeah, it sounds like maybe they want to do a Shang-Chi 2 before the Kang Dynasty, which I think makes sense. That was one of the best movies they've done in recent years.
Yeah.
And it's one of those classic ones where it's been like, that character has not been seen or mentioned other than in the Barbie movie. Like we haven't seen Simu Liu in anything Marvel-wise since that movie came out. So it's like, yeah, maybe follow up the critically lauded, financially successful movie that was like kind of groundbreaking at the time because it's a male, or like an Asian superhero lead. Like okay, maybe you should fast track that instead of just sitting on it for 5 years doing nothing with it. So I don't know. So maybe this is all on good things. Maybe him dropping out of Kang Dynasty is like, I'll do these projects that are like cooler and a little bit more interesting, and maybe we should be doing those sooner anyway. So that's what's going on with that. The addendum to that is that Michael Waldron is coming on board to write the Kang Dynasty. So previously, Jeff Loveness, who wrote Quantumania, Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, was set to write the script for the Kang Dynasty. I'm not sure if he's still involved, if he did a treatment, exactly what it was, but Michael Waldron is now going to write the Kang Dynasty, and for context, he was already going to write Secret Wars, so it seems like they're now doing something closer to the Infinity War Endgame sort of thing, where you have the same writer or set of writers as it was for Infinity War and Endgame, writing both of these, big Avengers movies that are set a year apart, which are in theory part 1 and part 2, even if they're not called that, right? And Michael Waldron was the creator of Loki. He also wrote the screenplay for Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. And he's been, I think, heavily involved with Kevin Feige. He was attached to his Star Wars project, which is apparently not happening anymore. But he's one of these guys that's clearly in with Marvel Studios, like Aaron Benson, or like Justin Benson and Aaron Moorhead and whatnot. So those are the Kang Dynasty updates. Still Kang Dynasty in these articles. It's not called the Doom Dynasty or anything like that. So maybe it is Kang stuff still, or it's just because they're calling it that because that that's what it's been announced as, and it is what it is.
Maybe they have a Kang movie.
They're bringing someone in to write it. They don't even know what this fucking movie is yet. You know what I mean? Or at least they don't really fully know what it is yet. They know we have a title for a movie that is about Avengers and Kang. We don't know who the Avengers are.
Yeah, we don't even
at that point. We don't know who Kang is going to be at that point, quite literally in terms of who's going to be playing.
I mean,
him.
you just
is
need
it going to be
Ant-Man.
Another version of Kang the Conqueror? Is it going to be one of the weird fucking is it Ramatut? Like what we saw in the post credits or whatever. Like who knows? Who fucking knows?
Ramatut.
This shit. So
Ramatut.
So I don't. Yeah. Anyway, Kang Dynasty updates for you guys there. Kang Dynasty updates. Any quick thoughts on that before we move on?
No.
I don't think it's going to be Kang, so I'm waiting to see how this shakes out. I need more.
Okay.
But I don't.
I
don't know. It's like
that's your bold prediction. Kang's out.
But speaking of Wonder
Jonathan
Man,
Majors screwed the pooch. Yeah, Wonder Man. Yeah, what's up?
Wonder Man. You reminded me of Abdul Mateen II and fucking Watchmen on HBO.
Yeah,
that shit was good.
That shit was
Give
good.
me something like that.
He's also going to be in a movie that comes out in December called Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. In case you're interested in that.
Yeah,
really
I mean,
he's got his
swan song for
Black
the
Adam
DCEU.
pose. We'll talk about it. Will we talk about it?
Well, not on this episode. I think we already talked about the trailer. But anyway, here's a big one. Pedro Pascal, the internet's daddy, has been reportedly eyed to play the character of Reed Richards, a.k.a. Mr. Fantastic, in Marvel Studios' incarnation of Fantastic Four. Kind of out of nowhere. We've had a lot of names kind of speculated for this role. Obviously John Krasinski did in fact play the role for a brief cameo in Multiverse of Madness. Too. Maybe people thought he'd come back and do that. I feel like there have been other names that have been kind of thrown around, and now I'm blanking on who they were. I think, Adam Driver was linked for a while there.
Yeah.
Matt Smith was thrown out, I think, at one point too. But Pedro Pascal maybe is the guy. He's maybe the guy. So no deal done, nothing signed, nothing official here, but it is coming from Deadline, so this is pretty reputable trade bringing this, that he's in talks to play Mr. Fantastic. So he's a busy man. Between Mando, Last of Us, Gladiator 2 he's apparently in. He's got a lot of shit going on. He's got a lot on his plate. But maybe he's going to bring on a big franchise onto his plate with Fantastic Four. So I think we're all big Pedro Pascal fans in general, but how do we feel about him as Mr. Fantastic?
Sounds fantastic.
Okay.
Hold on. Say that again.
Fantastic.
Say that again. That's
Fanforstic.
Oh, okay. All right. Enrique, what do you think? Are you on board for this?
At first, I was like, I was almost taken aback because, like you said, this is kind of out of nowhere. And I was really picturing John Krasinski. And the more I thought about it. Not one of the
names that was popularly fan cast. Even though Pedro Pascal himself is probably popularly fan cast in many things, I don't really think that this was a fit that a lot of people had, top of mind.
Right. I did not. But the more I think about it, I think assuming this works out, this could be perfect. Like, I think you want a Reed Richards that's like a little bit like you don't want a young, like really young Reed Richards. I think
No.
Like, we've gotten that.
We got that and it didn't work out.
Yeah,
we don't want to do that again.
I think you want an experience, smartest man in the world kind of thing, Reed Richards. And, we saw Pedro Pascal with a little bit of white in Last of Us. And you also saw his kind of dark turn, which I think eventually they should kind of take Reed Richards into sort of a darker turn, kind of show his...
It's okay.
Show his unstable side. Mm-hmm. And I think Pedro Pascal is arranged for that.
So, question to the resident Marvel expert. I've always viewed Reed Richards as like the, kind of like the humble, like father.
I mean,
that's
that's the PR.
That's the PR.
He's got some good PR.
Oh, so he's got a darker, unstable.
Kind of. He's not. I wouldn't say he's like a Hank Pym kind of just like committing domestic violence and that kind of thing. But like, he's so smart and he knows it. Like, Richards is a huge asshole.
Okay.
Because he's so smart, and
like he's disconnected in a way.
Somewhat, yeah, and like you get a lot of variations of him, and I feel like we often think of like Doom being jealous of Richards, but I think he's also jealous of Doom in a way
because he can act and he just does what he wants.
Yeah, and like
he's got
I think
a badass suit of armor.
You could get a really
lame
interesting
blue onesie.
Yeah, you get a really interesting complex Richards if you let Pedro Pascal cook in that role. So I think if you give him the material, you could have something really interesting.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean,
you just made me 10 times more excited for the deal. Yeah,
Marvel Studios needs to get Fantastic Four right. It's been botched too many times, and so get it right. Get it right. I'm going to go ahead and throw out other casting rumors. None of these are even slightly confirmed. These are all fully rumor status, not even to the point of having a in talks article published, just fully maybe will happen, maybe completely dog shit, bullshit rumors, etc. But the word on the street is that the names being bandied about over at Marvel Studios for the other roles besides Mr. Fantastic, for Sue for Invisible Woman, Vanessa Kirby seems to be the name
I like it.
Mentioned the most. For the Human Torch, Johnny Storm would be Joseph Quinn, who was Eddie Munson on Stranger Things.
Love that.
4.
Okay,
and then for Ben Grimm, the Thing, Eben Moss Backrack has been rumored. He, I think, right now is on The Bear. I think big role in The Bear, which a lot of people like. And prior to that, he was in Andor as one of the rebels that completed the big mission in Andor, and was actually Micro in the Punisher series. It'd be a little Marvel double casting, but who cares? Multiverse, right? And then maybe Javier Bardem is being rumored for the character of Galactus.
Whoa,
which would be fucking interesting.
Oh shit!
And then Anya Taylor-Joy is rumored to play the Herald of Galactus, which may not be Silver Surfer in this incarnation, or it could be. It could be Lady Surfer. Awesome. Who's to say? But it sounds like Frankie Ray Nova is maybe the character that they're thinking is the Herald of Galactus in this incarnation. So it's maybe before Silver Surfer comes into the picture. Which all those are interesting castings, I think, and pure rumor at this point. Just to reiterate that, do not take that as gospel. None of those names may pan out, or all of them may. Who's to say? But certainly, if they are going Galactus right away, that's really intriguing.
Yeah, that's like straight to the fucking punt. I mean,
because that feels like a big deal, unless it's not the way that we think it is, where it's going to be.
What's the rogue gallery
full on
Galactus?
Oh, they got some good
pretty
ones.
good, impressive. Mole Man's a classic. Galactus. Annihilus.
Doom.
Yeah. There's a lot of directions you can go.
What's the Mole Man or Mole King or what's his name?
Yeah, Mole Man. Mole Man's a classic.
Yeah, played by Danny DeVito.
Probably like. Oh, that's a good Danny DeVito casting too. That would be pitch perfect. Actually, I'm sold on that.
It seems like a good way to introduce the Fantastic Four. Do you go just straight to like a planet devouring celestial?
It seems like a big swing.
Yeah,
seems like a big swing. You know, I don't know. I don't know if that works.
That sounds cool.
But they just got to get it right. At the end of the day, get it right. Do whatever you want to do. Maybe it's a big fucking swing and you're spending $300 million on a huge, big sci-fi epic thing. Cool. As long as it's fucking good, as long as it looks good, you know, like you can choose any number of directions, and just as long as you do it right, that's going to be just fine. So yeah. All right. Do we have any other thoughts on that? Realizing now, holy shit, we've been talking about a lot of news, and we have one.
I heard a brief
we'll get into, but
brief rumor that Cillian Murphy might be being eyed for Dr. Doom.
Yes, I did see that as well.
Also
that was
rumor.
I forgot to mention. Yep.
Cillian Murphy.
Oppenheimer himself.
Yeah.
J. Robert. He's got the eyes.
Like that guy from Nip Tuck.
Oh man, he's got the.
Bring Julian McMahon back.
He could do it.
And give him his native Aussie accent too. Australian Dr. Doom. Bring it on.
Latveria is in Australia now. I don't care.
All right. Last piece of news, and then we got a few trailers. Yes, I'm sorry. We have trailers to get into. Dave Filoni. We spent a lot of time on Ahsoka. You know, we covered Ahsoka talking about, you know, Dave Filoni's pretty good at the Star Wars thing. Yeah, we really like what this Dave Filoni has to say about Star Wars, and wouldn't you know it, Lucasfilm agrees. He's been elevated to Chief Creative Officer of Lucasfilm.
Wow.
So he's I guess what I would consider to be the Kevin Feige type over at Star Wars, over at Lucasfilm now, or perhaps more accurately, the James Gunn. You know, of
True.
He's the creative guy, and then the business stuff gets handled, you know, externally from him. So it's a big promotion for Dave Filoni, and basically the way he described it is basically, you know, before, because people kind of came to him for advice, they would come to him, but things were like super in motion. You know, there's not much that he could really do other than be like, yeah, that sounds good. Now he's very early on, you know, in the process of all the things that they're going to be making, and kind of shaping them and crafting them in a way that, you know, is right for his vision of Star Wars and stuff like that. So he's
what a huge get. What an awesome arc for Dave Filoni. You know what I mean?
For sure. Yeah. Coming from Avatar: The Last Airbender, and then kind of becoming George's disciple.
Yeah.
To the Clone Wars, Rebels.
To now leading the fucking charge for Star Wars. That's so incredibly
Resistance,
awesome.
Bad Batch, Ahsoka. Yeah. Now it's all aspects of Star Wars, you know, in terms of shows, films, etc. He's going to be in from the ground up, which I mean, if anyone's going to be filling that role,
it's him.
Any name other than Dave Filoni would have been wrong for it. So yeah, that's good. I think it's a really good thing. And basically how it'll work is he's going to be the story guy. They have Kathleen Kennedy. She's, you know, much to the chagrin of the internet or whatever, will still be the head honcho over at Lucasfilm. And then they have Carrie Beck, who is kind of the business side, who will be recruiting talent into the world of Star Wars, getting, you know, people on board. And then Dave Filoni will be there to kind of help usher people's stories into, you know, the ultimate projects that they become, you know, telling new stories in the Star Wars universe. So yeah, there you go. Just I wanted to include that here. You know, as just a little kind of coda to what we talked about of Ahsoka. You know, it's just, you know, the guy knows what he's doing. And Henrique, I guess we didn't hear from you talking about Ahsoka, and I don't know if you would have listened to our episode on that, to be fair, but we both enjoyed it quite a bit. I think overall. It wasn't perfect. It was still a bit of setup, obviously, for future stories and stuff like that. But we both enjoyed it quite a bit. So yeah, what do you guys think? Old Dave getting his promotion.
Dave Filoni's great. You know, but I liked Ahsoka. I think it wasn't exactly what I wanted it to be. I think it ultimately could have been better, but I think Dave Filoni's still the guy, and he's done a lot for Star Wars and taken it, and he's clearly been the apprentice to George Lucas. And again, George Lucas did some amazing movies. He also did the prequels, which, you know, have their ups and downs. I don't think they are works of art in the truest sense, but you know, so I think Dave Filoni can have some highs and some mids. You know, probably doesn't have any lows really. So I'm all on board for that.
Nice, yeah, me too. I think I
think it given the
bodes well for Star Wars in the future. Let's put it that way.
Given kind of the, I don't want to say like, I don't know, just given the woes of Star Wars. Maybe just the Mando sticks out the most, I guess. But it's just cool to see that Lucasfilm putting creative decisions first. You know what I mean? Putting the importance of we're talking about direction with the MCU, putting direction first, putting all that sort of stuff first is first and foremost with somebody that actually knows the stuff and is passionate about the stuff, and it's just a very befitting role for Dave Filoni to be in charge and the creative head of the company. It's awesome. Can't think of anybody else more besides myself, of course.
Yes.
I will be assistant creative officer.
There you go.
But anyways, congrats, Dave Filoni. Cheers
I know
to
you're
you.
listening, and so congrats to you. Yeah, here's a toast to Mr. Filoni
There you go.
and his continued success over at Lucasfilm. Now we've got to talk about some trailers. Only 4 trailers, quite a few Marvel ones, one non-Marvel one. But we're going to kick off with the first of the, well, I guess it's actually not the next project from Marvel Studios, but is the next live-action project from Marvel Studios. And that is for a TV show called Echo, which you received an official trailer for. They're doing things a little bit differently for this one. And oh no, it happened last time I said it. I forgot to turn my Amazon device that shares a name with this TV show off, so if anyone heard a robot talking right now, that's what just happened.
I didn't.
It literally happened last time, and I blanked. I meant to prepare, but anyway, I'm gonna say this, talk about the show without mentioning the name of it, even though that's the name of the damn character that the show is about. It's gonna be a real challenge. I'll do my best. But it's a first for Marvel in many ways, for Marvel Studios, I should say. So, number one, it is coming to both Disney Plus and Hulu simultaneously.
Whoa.
Which, again, for at some point, won't actually matter because it sounds like the two are going to become one before long. But it is also going to be a Netflix-style all-at-once drop.
Nice.
Episodes dropping at once. I think 5 or 6 episodes. So
nice. That's good too.
A few hours of content, certainly. And it's coming January 10th. And on top of all that, it looks fucking bloody and violent and grimy and gritty, and in a way that feels more Netflixy in terms of Marvel stuff than anything the MCU has put out thus far. This trailer took me by surprise, and I'm curious to hear if you guys feel the same way, and in a good way for myself. Just speaking for myself, I was very, very pleasantly surprised by what we got with this trailer for Echo. I'm saying that quietly so she doesn't hear me. Although she's probably going to... Sometimes if you do that, they start whispering at you, and it's really, really creepy. So maybe don't do that. But anyway, yeah, what'd you guys think of this trailer?
Yeah, I had my jaw was on the floor when I saw this. Just from the beginning of the trailer, Kingpin takes that hot dog salesman, just beats the fuck out of him,
beats the shit out of him. That's Netflix.
That's what I want.
He's not. It's not a car door decapitation or anything like that, but it's pretty fucking brutal.
It's just a beating, man.
We got Vincent D'Onofrio is here, and he's still fucking. He's got the Hawkeye size where they made him a little bigger than he was in the Netflix show, but I like it. He's got some. He's not quite Spider-Verse proportions yet, thankfully. So,
but he's getting there, right?
It's closer to that.
What's the deal with the eye patch at the end of the trailer?
He got shot in the eye.
He got shot in the head at the end of Hawkeye, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, that was basically, yeah.
So I think
so. It just has an eye patch. He got shot in the fucking face through the eyeball. And
yeah,
you're
basically the Kingpin.
He's got Kingpin strength, so a bullet wound to the head.
It just doesn't enter the skull. It just stops at the skull and just pops your eye.
Okay, his muscles are so strong they stopped it after an inch of impact or something.
What a dude. Okay.
He's got metal plates behind his eye sockets, or I guess covering his eye sockets, or something like that.
Who's the monster? Dude, he fucking got shot in the face. Anyways, brutal movie, or brutal show. It looks like it's going to be brutal. And this marks a turning point for the MCU, right? Like, especially at least for the Disney Plus content,
and because it's it had like a special branding. I forget what it's called, but it's like it's not a special presentation, but it's I think it's called like a spotlight series or something like that, which I think is what they're it's kind of almost like
It's like that graphic novel.
They had Werewolf by Night.
They had Max or Marvel Knights and stuff like that. Like they've had imprints within Marvel where it's just like, maybe don't buy this for a kid, and this very much feels like that, right? So, it says in the description, set your Disney Plus profile to TVMA to stream. So it's like, no kids,
they mean
no kids,
fucking business.
There's some blood. And there's even a shot where the guy gets shot. There's like a full on like guy just gets shot and framed, like not even
right
like
right in the head. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Anyways, I'll be there. Especially if it's a Disney dump. That's cool.
Totally. Yeah. Enrique, what do you think?
Yeah.
Echo.
I was pleasantly surprised. I would agree. Because I think, especially with the amount, like if Netflix had been just hitting, Homer after Homer and just like Secret Invasion, just out of the park, like everything. I'm like, okay, like throw me whatever character you want. So then bring me Echo, a character I'm a little less familiar with. And I'm like if we can't even get some of the other main characters right, are we really going to get this character right? But
yeah.
I don't know, at least trailer wise, it got me more interested than I would have. I feel like, I don't know if the putting it all at once is a good thing or like let's just put it out there and see what happens kind of thing. So I guess
almost think it's them recognizing this is not a hugely recognizable character. That people are like, oh, I cannot wait for a Daredevil show. It's like, here's a lesser known character. Maybe we can generate buzz by just having people binge watch this.
Sure, I'm okay with that.
Blows up on Twitter and whatever, and then it kind of.
It's also like radically different, right? It's brutal content. It's TVMA. Right? Yeah,
maybe that's it too.
So let's release it in a totally different fashion. Let's just make it a pivot.
Okay.
It's a pivot point for the whole platform, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
And I think it's really cool that the actress, we talked about it before. The actress is a deaf Native American, right?
Yeah.
Which is just total
deaf amputee Native American, I think, as well. Yeah. So
just man,
and now she's got her own fucking show.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's hard not to get fucking pumped about something like that. So, yeah.
Alakwa Cox is her name. I guess what I could have been doing is calling the show Maya Lopez, aka her other nickname, which is the name of the show, to avoid setting off the robots so they don't take over.
So the show is called Alexa?
Well, as long as you don't say that, and we have a
I'm looking
show
at mine
that sets it off. So. That's good. Anyway, it is called Echo. Echo. Hello. It is called. Someone else say it, so that that
Echo.
way you guys are fine.
Echo.
There it is. That's the name of the show. It's coming out January 10th, Disney Plus and Hulu.
Disney dump, a little D dump.
Is a little D dump. Yeah, that sounds really nice when you put it that way.
Yeah, Benny could learn about that.
Outside of Marvel territory, something we're getting in 2024, I believe, in February.
Oh, fabulous.
February 22nd. We're getting the live-action adaptation of Avatar: The Last Airbender, courtesy of Netflix. And this teaser revealed quite a bit. Good look at all the nations: Fire Nation, Water Nation, Earth Nation. Not so much the air. There's not much going on there. But we do see
He's the last airbender, man.
And we see him airbending. We see
you see that other Avatar.
We
too.
see a lot.
What's her name?
Wait, who?
The one with the one with the fan. She got the fans and the face makeup.
Oh, I think that's just Suki. I assume that was just Suki.
Is that Suki? Have I not
Probably,
seen Avatar in so long that I forget the characters?
Have you seen Korra?
I haven't seen it myself.
I've seen season 1 of Korra.
Oh my god.
Suki.
I'm currently reading the comics so that I can fully jump
That is
into
Suki.
Korra,
Suki's an Avatar, though, isn't she?
Yeah, she's an Avatar. But no, she's not an Avatar. She's an Avatar, the show.
Yeah, she's an Avatar. She's not a Avatar.
She's a Kyoshi warrior.
Yeah.
She's badass.
I can't remember. Which one was the Avatar that she had her own island and she had a big fucking statue?
I think there is an Avatar. I think that is the little character named Kyoshi. There was an Avatar in the past that wore that makeup, but I think who we see in this trailer is Suki, who is just a disciple.
Oh, okay.
All
right, so I'm not totally wrong. I'm just a little wrong.
Yeah.
A little wrong.
Okay,
yeah.
that's good. It makes me feel better
too, but that's okay.
Good.
Anyway, we've all seen the animated show at this point. I think I was the latest to the party myself. But I think we can all, consensus agree. Fantastic animated show.
Ridiculously
really,
good.
really awesome show. We have had an attempt at a live-action adaptation courtesy of one M. Night Shyamalan in the past, which I haven't seen, but I have seen clips, and let me say it looks fucking horrendous, but hilariously so. This looks like some serious dough was maybe thrown into it to bring, these animated settings to life, and they probably were able to save budget by casting relative nobodies in a lot of these roles, which, to be fair, they're all children, so it's kind of like fine. What do you guys think? I mean... I think it's probably an open question of, do we need this? But given that it's happening and now we have this to look at, what do you guys think about it?
So I thought that the CG everything looked kind of soft. Okay. It has a style about it. That's what I'll say. It's got a style about it that looks a little different. It has me stoked. I'm very excited. I think I'll know episode 1 if it's going to be good or if it's going to be shit. I think it'll be.
That's fair.
It'll be very polarizing.
This teaser tells you what it's going to look like, how faithful the characters are going to be adapted in terms of the visual style, the costumes, and the settings. We don't know enough of, are these actors going to be good in these roles? Is the dialogue going to be clunky and stilted? How are they going to adapt 20-minute episodes into perhaps longer episodes? How much story content? Like there's a lot of open questions of there's still a way this is bad. Even though it maybe looks visually on point, perhaps. I agree. Episode 1, you'll know, oh, they fucked it, or because apparently that One Piece one they did, people really liked that.
People say it's really good, so I yeah.
And I don't think that was anything that caught my eye prior to it. To be fair, I'm not a One Piece fan. Don't really know anything about it.
Are you reading this one
or anything? Yes, I read The Promise, and I am reading The Search right now.
Oh, The Promise is really good. I got the library thing of that one.
I read, so I'm on the second one of. I think we have 5 or 6. I think there may be more that are, but Anna said you should read these before you get into Korra because
it's so good.
They feed into it a little bit.
Oh no, The Search is the one. Yeah, they go after Zuko's mom.
Yep. So
yeah, God,
Henrique, what do you think? How you feeling about this live action take on Avatar? Athla, not to be confused with the James Cameron Avatar.
I think similar to The Legend of Zelda. It's like if you're gonna bring something live action that's like a known animated thing, it's just like you really got to tread lightly. And I think I'll probably won't be on this day one if people watch it. If you two watch it and say this is really good, you should check it out, I will certainly hop on board. But I think this is one that I'm probably gonna wait and see what people say about it.
Okay,
and
that's fair.
Because I'm just not. I think if the creators were still involved,
that's true. That is.
I would be. I would probably be a day one.
The original,
but the fact that they went on to go do their,
and then we're like, no, we're good. Yeah. We're gonna go make our own movies and shit. In this
right.
Universe.
The fact that they're making,
you can have fun doing this.
More Avatar: The Last Airbender like movies and things in that universe. I'm like, I'm day one for that.
That's more intriguing. Yeah, sure.
I think the trailer looks good visually, but like you said, I didn't get any sense of the story. Like we know the story, so it's hard for me to say.
The question is for people like us who have seen the original series, what is this going to offer? Is it just a cool way to see it adapted in a different way? Is it going to change things in a way that makes it different enough and stands on its own? It's like the Disney stuff, the Disney live action remakes. It's like these almost by definition can't be better than the originals because the originals are classic and they're really good for a reason, and part of their charm is the animation, right? So if you're taking that away and doing it in this different way, I mean, I don't know, is it going to work or not? So, are these actors going to be as charming and lovable as the original cast of characters? I don't know, and to Andrew's point, episode 1, we'll probably know.
Well, no, immediately.
Oh, no, this feels wrong. Oh, this is awful. Or like, oh yeah, no, they're pretty good.
It's like an oyster.
So
Avatar: The Last Airbender is going to be like an oyster. We're going to pop it in our mouth, and then we'll know. We'll know immediately.
You'll know. You're like, this is pretty good, or I've made a huge mistake.
I like that.
All right. Well, back to Marvel we go, but not to Marvel Studios, but to the fine folks over at Sony. Not content to make Venom, Let There Be Carnage,
Venom,
Morbius, and Kraven the Hunter. Oh my goodness. And you know what? It's finally here, the official trailer for Madam Web, the movie that we've all been waiting for. Madam Web. Who wants to take this? Who wants to take this? Just someone take it and run. Go for it.
I thought the blonde girl was going to be Madam Web.
Well, I think they're all Spider Women, except for, I guess, Dakota Johnson, who is Madam Web, but not to be confused with the old, Madam Web, who's sitting in her web chair.
Which I thought that was Madam Web,
Well, I think there is a younger Madam Web, which I'm not wholly familiar with in the comics, so there's some precedent from what I understand, but it is, still probably a little different than the like for people like us who probably have exposure to Madam Web through like the 90s Spider-Man cartoon, maybe.
Yeah, that's it.
Like this is very different for sure. Yeah.
It's also far shittier. No. Holy shit.
You know what? I'm going to say something positive.
Okay.
All right. I'd love to hear something positive. What is it?
This did not make me as mad as the Kraven trailer.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay.
Because I had
Kraven's a much better
That's fair.
character, I guess.
That's fair.
Because I had no hopes going into it. You going with nothing?
We don't need Madam Web
out with nothing?
With
the
main MCU.
Net neutral.
Kraven could work in the MCU as long as you did it right and, could actually use a character. Yeah, I think that's a totally valid point to make of, you know what? This Sony can make their weird CW fan film looking piece of shit and it's fine.
You're not going to offend me that much. I'm not a Madam Web number one fan kind of thing, so.
But leave my Kraven out of it.
Don't touch my Kraven.
It's almost closer to a Morbius, where it's just like, I mean, I guess you could put Morbius in a Spider-Man movie, but would you? You know what I mean? Like, is Morbius really going to be the villain of a Spider-Man movie? Like, no, probably not.
I don't care.
Maybe an opening character, Paul Giamatti Rhino-ass character, for an opening set piece.
How does this shit continue to get made? I don't know. It's amazing.
It's not like they're really making a lot of money. I mean, Venom movies absolutely are making money.
Sure.
Morbius did not make money. It probably lost money. And this one, I guess, probably, I mean, to be fair, I have to imagine this movie had a significantly lower budget than a lot of the other things that they're working with, because otherwise I don't know what they spent the money on. Because this truly does look CW-esque in terms of just production value quality.
CW-esque from the way it's written.
Well, that too is absolutely true. But I mean, I just think visually, like, this is clearly something that seems to be lower budgeted than other things. And so maybe they're thinking lower budget, lower return is fine. I don't know. But yeah, this is, it looks bad. Yeah, I mean, that's underselling it. I think the acting in this looks like some of the worst shit I've ever seen. Just
looks real bad.
The idea, I don't think it's necessary to make a Madam Web movie, obviously, but hey, there's maybe an interesting version of a Madam Web character who can see the future, and she's entangled with these other Spider-Women characters, and then there's this evil Spider-Man motherfucker, hunting all of them for some reason. Like, okay, as a general concept, not something that I'd probably greenlight in terms of making a movie about, but I can see that that's kind of like, in a nutshell, kind of something that could work, right? But to actually bring it to life, there's the line reading about my mother's research on spiders, and it's like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, is it the first take for everything? Is everyone just reading off the page and like in the most obvious way possible? Like that's obviously literal narration. So yeah, she is in fact just reading off a piece of paper. But like, it looks so stilted and awkward in a bad, like a poorly made sort of way.
It's rough.
And almost in a worse, like, I agree with Henrique in the sense that yes, I think the Kraven movie is probably more infuriating in general as its reason to exist, which is to say it doesn't have one. But this looked like next level in terms of just badness from Sony.
Real bad.
Like Sony has a usual kind of stink to all their Marvel things that they have. this is almost next level, even beyond. I mean, Kraven looks pretty fucking stupid. I'm not gonna lie. He gets the lion blood and superpowers and shit. Like it all looks. I tell you what, at least to this movie's credit, it's directed by a woman. It's starring a bunch of women. Like I guess at least has that over Kraven, where it's just like, all right, Sony's going woke or whatever, blah blah blah. But like, hey, this is not something that comes around very often.
I'll go watch Barbie or something. Jesus.
Yeah, you could watch Barbie
or you
again.
could watch that movie with Oprah that we covered a little while ago, where Oprah's a lettuce.
And I guess to be fair, I would be remiss to mention, obviously we're talking about a movie on this very episode that is directed by a woman, starring principally 3 women. So it's kind of falling in that, sort of thing where it's just like, it doesn't happen very often. I think the thing that sucks is, hey, it doesn't happen very often, and it might not happen very often anymore, because when they come out and they're ass, I'm not saying that about the Marvels. I should clarify. But if this movie comes out and it's fucking pure dog shit, people aren't going to see it, and people aren't going to want more of it. They're not going to want more like it. You know what I mean?
They're going to be dressing up like Madam Web for Halloween. All of them.
Yeah.
They could. Well, if they really like it, they'll be doing that. But yeah, you just got to get a red leather jacket. I'm already halfway there. I think I got one in my closet somewhere.
Looks like shit.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
It looks real bad. Jon Snow speaks the truth. We don't want it, but we're gonna get it. Sony's gonna get you with Madam Web, which coming out February 14th. A nice Valentine's Day surprise. Everyone wants to take their significant other.
Let's go on a date.
Everyone's married now. Take your wife. Take your wife to go see.
If you want to break up with someone,
Madam
what
Web.
a great way to.
It's a good makeout movie for sure. You're not going to want to watch the movie.
What a great way to end a relationship.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. All right, last trailer, folks. We got What If Season 2 coming to Disney Plus this Christmas season. This will be the actual Marvel Studios finale for 2023. 9 episodes of What If are coming starting December 22nd, and you can unwrap 1 episode every day for 9 consecutive days as Disney and Marvel's gift to you. So Andrew's in a Zen place.
Dude,
it looks
let
like.
me tell you something.
What do you got?
What If the best? I think What If might be the best Disney Plus Marvel content. It's some of my favorite. It really.
I don't think I agree with that, but
that's okay.
It
hot
definitely
take.
has,
It's a hot
has
take.
some cool shit.
The last season was awesome. Okay, it was so good. And we're gonna see. This is what I'll say. I'm not gonna say it's the best content. What I will say is this trailer at the end, the logo reveal where he had Captain Britain, I think is what she's called, right? He had, or maybe it's not Captain Britain.
Peggy.
Yeah, Peggy.
Oh, Agent Carter or Captain Carter.
Captain Carter, yeah, or whatever. Maybe, but it was Peggy, whoever. I think that's who he was with at the logo reveal. Okay. I had goosebumps, dude. What a good trailer. You know what I mean? Like, it started out kind of funny. It says, "Oh, I don't do sequels, but things are kind of screwy in the multiverse." But his voice is just so good, and then it's like he's like this godly, like multi-dimensional being, and he's showing a mere mortal the what if, and it's just such a cool concept, such a well-made trailer. Man, I am hype as fuck for this. I was excited about the last season. I thought the last season delivered it delivered great. The fact that they've done a daily release, like, I can't wait to get home and watch this. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool way of doing things. There's something to be said. Obviously, your traditional TV release schedule is fine. It's worked for a long time. But for something like this, and the same thing they're doing with that other Marvel Studios show that we talked about a few minutes ago, I like that they're doing things different.
Yeah, they're kind of cheeky with it. We're in control with how we can do things. It's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I am the things that they're going to cover in this season of What If look exciting and cool and riveting, and the animation looks top notch. The voice acting,
it looks improved over season 1 for sure. Mm-hmm. I think the animation looks much better, which it should, but worth noting, I guess.
Voice acting is great. Sounds great. Jeffrey Wright is a fucking boss.
Yeah.
And yeah, I am, dude. I'm very excited about this. Very, very excited.
Yeah. All right, Henrique, what do you think? Are you as excited as Andrew? Are you excited at all? Where do you stand?
Probably somewhere in between. I think I enjoyed What If, and I think it's got some cool stories. Yeah, I think I like some episodes more than others, so I'm excited to see kind of where we go. I think just get creative, just like do some really weird, out there things. I think the episodes that got the weirder were the better ones. So
sure,
keep it weird, keep it different.
It's what if, like
what if, like truly, what if?
Go crazy. This is your opportunity. You're not restrained by visual effects. You've got animation to take care of it.
Yeah,
just go wild. Yeah. It feels to me like this one's a little bit more, I guess, out there from what we can see anyway. Which I think there was 7 episodes last time. I think the Sakaar episode with Iron Man and Gamora was supposed to be part of season 1, and then I think got rolled to this one because it wasn't quite finished yet. Because you see snippets of it here with them like doing like a pod race type sequence.
Oh yeah.
I think. I guess I don't have quite the unbridled enthusiasm that Andrew has necessarily for this, but
hey, that's okay.
It looks fucking cool. And this was a hype trailer. I think at the end of the day, what I'll say is this trailer was fucking hype. Like, this is a well put together trailer.
Yes, the marketing team. Hats off to you. You did a very good job.
There's some really cool looking shit in here. 9 episodes. And to me, just that again, the release thing, to harp on that again, it feels like such a smart and good way of doing things. So I'm looking forward to it. We're less than a month away from recording for these things starting. And I know it just feels like a nice little end of year Marvel thing that's maybe a little bit more disposable and not as involved as some of the other things, but in a good way where it's like, this is supposed to be kind of off on its own, doing its own weird sort of thing, going crazy with multiverse potential and whatnot. Like, it's the perfect avenue for all those sorts of storytelling opportunities. So I hope to see some weird, crazy shit, and I don't have to wait long, and that's cool. That's really exciting. So that is it for the news. We had a lot to cover. Thank you all for bearing with us. We still have 2 things to cover. We got a lot to talk about, but I'm excited to finally get into these 2 things. So let's go ahead and move on. Start with the Marvels. So the Marvels is, well, the only way you can watch it right now is in theaters. Sure, it'll come to Disney Plus at some point, but for now, we gotta make a theater trip to see it. It was written by Nia DaCosta, Megan McDonnell, and Alyssa Karasik, directed by Nia DaCosta. Stars Brie Larson, Tiana Paris, Iman Vellani, Zawe Ashton, and Samuel L. Jackson. In the Marvels, Carol Danvers, a.k.a. Captain Marvel, gets her powers entangled with those of Kamala Khan, a.k.a. Miss Marvel, and Monica Rambeau, a.k.a. codename unknown to this point, who's to say?
Professor Marvel.
Professor Marvel, maybe? Photon, I don't know. Forcing them to work together to save the universe. It's the Marvel movie. Everyone's got to save the universe. Maybe there's a big beam or something at some point. We'll find out. We'll talk about it. But first, we should talk a box office breakdown.
Wah, 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 wah.
Box office breakdown. Yeah. It was a little John Wick-esque, but it wasn't. Didn't really need to be. The Marvels. Well, here we go. I'm going to bring in some fun facts about the Marvels box office because I could have talked about it at the beginning, but Henrique, obviously, again, prep time, came in with some fun facts himself, and perhaps these are not fun facts necessarily. These are maybe just what you might call facts.
Cold, hard facts. Yes.
Cold, hard facts. Yes, I like that. Cold, hard facts. So the Marvels, when we talked about that Variety article, it was like, it was trending. It's straight, it's tracking for like $70 to $80 million in its opening weekend. It's going to be a big box office disappointment for Marvel. Blah blah blah. Now the projections went down and down and down as the movie finally kind of came to its release date, early November. And it actually debuted in its opening weekend a grand total domestically of $46.1 million.
Oof.
Which, hey, is better than Morbius.
Okay,
there you go.
But that's a cold hard fact.
Right.
But it is the lowest opening weekend ever for an MCU film, below the likes of the first Ant-Man, below anything. You name any fucking movie from the MCU, and it would be below it by default, which is kind of crazy. That it ended up being so low, I think, certainly we can talk about maybe why it doesn't seem to have a lot of response. But the other cold hard fact as a result of that is, all right, $46.1 million, pretty shitty for an MCU film. However, it is the best opening weekend figure for a black female director. So welcome to Hollywood, where
yeah, I'm like, I don't love those
movies.
two lumped in together.
Yeah, so it's that's this positive spin is look, it's groundbreaking. The other spin is maybe you should let black women direct movies more often so that they have chances to make blockbusters that make money. More than this one. It's kind of sad in its own right, which is again why these facts are not fun. They're cold hard. They're cold hard facts for a reason. And on top of that, it cratered in its second weekend with a 78% drop, which is the all-time largest for a Marvel film. It's the worst for any Hollywood superhero film in modern history. Yes, even worse than Morbius. And it has not gotten any better from there. And I think the box office in general is in kind of a weird downturn. The Hunger Games prequel came out and did pretty shitty in its own opening weekend, but then it held up really, really well the next weekend, so clearly it had legs, so things still have legs even if they're an opening softer, so that's kind of another strike against the Marvels. And a strike against Disney is Wish came out and did very poorly too. A kid's animated movie, no traction whatsoever, did worse than like fucking Napoleon did. Ridley Scott, his 3-hour historical epic with Joaquin Phoenix, is outgrossing a Disney animated, princess.
Like a depressed ass. That tells you the state of the world. I'd rather go see depressed ass Joaquin Phoenix versus a princess with a magical star.
Yeah, no, it's kind of bonkers. I mean, and like, I don't think anyone expected the Marvels to break down the doors. The first Captain Marvel did really well. It was, maybe the beneficiary of being sandwiched between Infinity War and Endgame, so it kind of had that sort of goodwill coming into it. But that movie made $1 billion. The Marvels, as it stands right now, stands at $187 million worldwide, which is to say it's not really doing any better internationally than it is domestically. And, it's a movie that sports a $200+ million budget. Its reported budget is about $220 million after tax breaks and rebates and all that stuff. So this is speeding towards a loss for Marvel. It's pretty much guaranteed to be a loss for Marvel overall, which is rare for them. They don't have, they have movies that underperform. See Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania even earlier this year, but even that was not like this. The very different levels of performance. This is all-time bad. And well, I guess that just kind of brings us to the next thing, the next thing, which is, hey, what did you think about this movie? And I think maybe the opening question I have to say is, obviously, did you like this movie? What did you think about this movie? And in conjunction with the box office receipts, like, do you think that that's a deserved response for a movie like this? Or, I mean, I'm curious to see how you guys felt about it. I actually did see this with Henrique. We saw it. Was it actually opening weekend that we saw it, or like right
it was
around,
opening weekend? It was like not the day of. It was like Saturday or Sunday. I think Sunday.
Yeah. Which is to say that we saw it, I guess, probably a few weeks ago. So it's probably, and I don't think you've seen it again. At least I'm assuming you haven't seen it again. You may have. I don't know.
No.
Whereas Andrew's coming into this a lot more recently than either of us. You saw it probably a few days ago, Andrew? A couple days ago?
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it on Monday. Today is Wednesday? So 2 days ago.
So you got it fresh in mind. Was there anyone else in your audience?
There was one other couple in the audience.
Okay. All right. So it should have been a nice, respectful environment at least.
It was, yes.
Very quiet.
Yes, it was very quiet. So quite, in fact, that I kind of dotted off in the middle.
Uh-oh.
But I quickly adjusted, and I can't fucking fall asleep in another movie.
This movie is under 2 hours. If I fall asleep, what am I doing here?
Right,
I guess
exactly.
Haunting in Venice was the same way too. Anyway. All right. Who wants to really kick this off in terms of what they thought at all the other questions and stuff that I mentioned?
Well, being that I'm kind of the odd man out, I saw it most recently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I can give you my most
fresh in memory. What do you think?
My most recent impressions. Recent impressions are I think you have one. I felt like one charismatic lead in this movie, and I thought it was the youngest actress. I thought she was definitely by far the most entertaining to watch. She brought a flare of like enthusiasm to the screen, and just authenticness. I really thought she was a joy to watch. And I don't have her name in front of me.
That would be Iman Vellani, aka Miss Marvel.
Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel is a delight. Really enjoy her presence. I kind of think this is like a Thor. This is like a Thor 2. Felt like a Thor 2 movie to me.
True.
It was just kind of like underwhelming, it didn't really do a whole lot for me until the end. There was one thing in the end, which is kind of completely unrelated to the Marvels, that got me hyped as fuck. But up until that point, it wasn't self-serious. It was a fun movie. But at the same time, it kind of felt to me like a one-note kind of movie. It was kind of, it was a short movie. It didn't feel meander. I guess it didn't. It was I don't know. I can't really recall a whole lot from the movie. I'll be honest with you. It's kind of a forgettable movie.
Okay, yeah,
and that's probably the biggest takeaway. It's a forgettable movie. I know the general plot. And those plot points are okay. They're acceptable. I understand them. But I thought the villain was underwhelming. I thought that I don't know. Just a lot of the movie was pretty underwhelming. I don't think it's deserving. I don't think it was outright bad. Like I've seen outright bad movies.
Forgettable, maybe.
But forgettable, yes. I think it's a forgettable movie. I don't think it's outright bad. I think it's just a,
standard Marvel movie, which maybe just doesn't cut it these days, I guess.
I wouldn't even say it's a standard Marvel movie. I mean, it's
below that even.
Yeah, I think it's just it's a meh movie. We'll get into recommendations. Like I said, I thought the high point of this movie was I did think it had creative points. It was almost like somebody put this movie on reins. Like it felt like you would go in one direction. It was going to be really exciting and cool, but then we're just gonna pull back on that a little bit. Like it didn't commit to one direction or another wholeheartedly enough to make it exciting. I don't know, just kind of it's meh. It's a meh movie for me.
All right. Okay.
So that's what I got. What about you guys? You guys have dwelled on it for a couple weeks. What do you think? Do you forget things?
I've been pondering on it for weeks, and I think about it every day.
Every day.
It's not necessarily true. But I don't want to talk first. Henrique, what do you think? What did you think about the Marvels?
Sure. I mean, I can't argue against a lot of Andrew's points. I think, did I go in and mostly enjoy the movie? Yeah. Have I gone back to see it? No. And I pretty much watch. Honestly, I think this speaks probably to the larger point of Marvel. Phase 4 and 5 are probably the first time I haven't gone back to see a movie at least 2 times in theaters.
That's a good
if
point.
If not 3, 4, 5 plus times.
Yeah.
So I think that speaks a little bit to the quality of where Marvel's at. And I don't think this was the movie that oh, now Marvel doesn't have it. Look at this, we can never do this again. I think this is just kind of part of where we're at. It was mostly fine, and that wasn't the standard before. I think before we were expecting something pretty great, something entertaining, but like a little thought-provoking too. I'm not talking about like some Inception type shit where you're like, is the top still spinning? But just like a little bit more to it. And I think this is a little bit superficial in a way. I think pretty enjoyable. I completely agree with Andrew that I think Iman Vellani is the best part of this movie. She is just a bundle of joy, and like she translated all of that enthusiasm from the Miss Marvel TV show to this movie. And the fact that they brought in her family and a lot of that aspect, like you go to Jersey City, you get the kind of drawing in the beginning. I think that worked really well. And it's maybe the two other leads that probably worked a little. I think together they worked well. Like I think they actually had pretty good chemistry between them. But individually, I don't think I got enough from Monica Rambeau, and I don't think I got enough from Carol Danvers to like really sell this for me. And I think maybe it's a little bit more on Carol Danvers because she had her own movie coming into this. And I don't think I can put this on Brie Larson. I think Marvel just hasn't figured out like what to do with Captain Marvel and Carol Danvers yet. And I'm just like not really sure what that character is supposed to be. And I enjoy her, but
she just kind of flies around, is very powerful.
I just don't.
But we really haven't seen enough characterization.
I just don't know who that character is.
Yeah, she's just kind of
after two movies, and I feel like I should
a little bit right now. Yeah, I think that's definitely a fair take. Yeah. All right. Any other thoughts for you on the movie? And no, if I was cutting you off there.
Yeah, no. I feel like that's the big thing. Like I think some positive things. Definitely not an egregious movie. Like I don't regret spending my time in theaters by any means. But it's just
of which you didn't have to spend that much. So
that's true. But it wasn't the kind of the standard that I normally expect from the MCU.
I got free chicken fingers and free French fries when I saw this movie.
Well, I didn't get that.
You probably enjoyed it more then. I would think that probably helped your enjoyment. I would think.
Yeah. They were gone by trailers, so
I think the problem for me, at least Phase 4 on, and I looked to try to see, and it's generally true, not entirely true, is it feels like every other movie is uninspired or bland or generic or kind of half-baked or half, like not quite up to the potential of where it could have been, or, there's just something about it that just doesn't quite stick the landing. Starting from the beginning of Phase 4, and this is just the movie side of things, ignoring TV shows, Black Widow came out 5 years too late. Probably would have been cool 5 years earlier, but it just was too little too late. I think I liked that movie better than even both of you guys.
That's
but I get in the scheme of things,
for sure.
Whatever. It's kind of nothing in the scheme of things. Shang-Chi was fresh and original and different and really fucking cool. Eternals, it was an attempt at a different thing. Which didn't work for a lot of people. I thought it was fine, but could have been better. Certainly, No Way Home, fucking cool.
That's
shit,
a fucking strong tick. That's a stroke of midnight. Bing,
No Way Home, was really good. And then I think for me, the next two kind of buck the trend a little bit. The next two in sequence are Multiverse of Madness and Love and Thunder, and I think Love and Thunder is definitely the worst of those two. Multiverse of Madness to me didn't quite live up to the potential of what it should have been for a movie called The Multiverse of Madness. But then you kind of get back on track. Wakanda Forever really felt like, Ryan Coogler poured his fucking heart and soul into that movie. Maybe it's not as good as the first one, but how could it be, given the circumstances? And then you get Quantum Mania, where it's just like, all right, cool, Kang, this could be cool, but everything's kind of, at the end of the day, just kind of CG creatures in this weird CG realm. Everything is very volumey, and it's fine. Guardians Volume 3 is James Gunn's swan song for the MCU. He puts his heart and soul into it.
Yeah,
really good. And then you arrive, you are here. You are here at the Marvels, and it's like kind of just back to that somewhat uninspired, just not quite as creatively strong. It just feels like, for whatever reason, almost every other project just doesn't have as much oomph behind it. And I don't know what it is to really explain that. I think obviously some of it is quantity and volume and stuff like that, but it's really not as simple as that. You know what I mean? It's just for whatever reason, some projects just seem to have more emphasis than others. And I think for this one particularly, I think something we can say about the lack of emphasis is the marketing was dog shit for this movie.
Oh yeah,
the marketing.
I think that certainly had to play a fair factor and why it did as poorly as it did. I think the early trailers, the Beastie Boys kind of remix thing was fun. Yeah, the problem is this movie got pushed back half a year, and so that trailer kept playing for months and months and months. You know, they Top Gun Maverick that shit where it's just over and over. It's beating you over the head with that fucking trailer. And I think people got sick of it. And then I think as the tracking came in and you know, and it wasn't, you know, going to be doing as well as Marvel would have liked, they fucking went panic mode. And this is amidst the strikes, so you have these three women who I think are all probably very charming and, you know, like each of them has their own kind of personality, and they can't promote this movie, and this is a movie that kind of relies on the chemistry of these actors working together, and I think they were really kind of hamstrung by that. But I think more than that was the panic mode of how they started to cut trailers, where it's just like half of the trailer is reminding you that Avengers Endgame happened, and then it's just like, oh, and there's this movie, and big shit's gonna pop off in the end, it's gonna be crazy and world-breaking, and, you know, get excited, get hyped, and it's like, it was pure desperation mode. And it felt like it, and it's like they don't know what to do with this fucking thing. Because at the end of the day, and this is not a spoiler, this is not a groundbreaking, universe-breaking type of movie. It's got things in it that are pretty cool, that set up, you know, things in the future that we'll talk about in spoilers and whatnot. But compared to something like Loki, which again, not a spoiler, is a bit more impactful, perhaps, on the MCU as a whole. The Marvels is just kind of an entry. It's just an entry, and it feels like an entry. And I say all of that, and maybe I'm sounding more negative than I really was about this movie. I had fun with this movie. I didn't expect it to be anything special. I didn't expect it to be world-breaking, groundbreaking, setting the stage for the whole multiverse saga, and Kang is back, blah, blah, blah. I didn't expect any of that. I kind of just expected, I want to see some cool things happening, and I think I kind of got what I wanted out of it, which again was maybe set by the expectations of they don't seem confident in this movie. Maybe it's going to be bad. Maybe it's just going to be okay. And I was like, if I get anything that's just like disposable entertainment, then that's fine. Which again is maybe that's not what the bar should be, because we've seen Marvel do movies that are way, way better than that bar. But it did, at least for me, meet that bar. So I think lowered expectations helps with something like this. I don't think this is a movie that is deserving of being the lowest grossing MCU. Like, obviously something by default has to be that, but because this is so late into it, you would expect, the first Ant-Man. Oh, it's a movie about a fucking guy that is, you know, can shrink. It's like, okay, well, all right, whatever. I could see that being, you know, a modest success.
Was that the, before this movie, was that the lowest one?
It was that, or the Hulk. I think maybe the Incredible Hulk was one of the lower ones. You know, like the
Ang Lee one?
Where it's, no, the Edward Norton one. You know, those that and, you know, like those are the ones that are like early days. Things weren't quite clicking, you know, the way that they came to be later.
Yeah, it wasn't a machine. Now it's a machine.
Yeah, but now in a bad way, where it's like this is too cookie cutter. You know, at the end of the day, to really have any sort of overall lasting impact on its own. But as for me, again, to kind of pull it back, going into it, I just wanted something light and breezy, and entertaining, and I did get that. I think you do get that with this movie. I think that the characters are really fun together. Yes, Miss Marvel is definitely the most fun of those characters, almost by design, but Iman Vellani is fantastic, and she relishes it, and you can see it. I think Brie Larson is much better in this than she was in Captain Marvel, and the reason for that is her character is allowed to have a personality. And she's still a little terse and cold and whatever, and there's some weirdness between her and Monica because of their character's history and whatnot. But like, there's a fun rapport between these characters that makes sense, but we don't see enough of it, and we still don't have enough to echo Henrique's point about. I said the word that sets off the robot.
Oh no.
You know, to repeat, to watch review repeat his sentiments. We haven't seen enough from Captain Marvel, right? You know, we haven't seen enough for that character. Like, we get almost the most backstory you get of Captain Marvel in this movie is in like a 2-second flashback type of thing, where it's just like, that's a cool movie. Where's that movie? You know what I mean? And
or
so,
she's got a fucking mohawk and she destroys half the world.
that sort of thing.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's vague enough. We'll get into it in spoilers. But yeah, that whole like thing of like what's going on with Carol and the time that we haven't spent with her was kind of more interesting than the time that we did spend with her just now, if that makes sense within this movie. And it's like, I don't want to have to think about the other adventures of Carol that we didn't see as being more interesting than the things that we are seeing. Like, that's not as fun. Now, again, that could exist as its own thing. This can still exist as its own thing of, being the continuation of not just Captain Marvel, but obviously Miss Marvel and WandaVision. Like, this is a lot of things building into this movie. It's not just a Captain Marvel sequel, but I agree. We just haven't seen enough, really, with any of these characters in these incarnations, with the exception, I think, of Miss Marvel, who, by virtue of having literally her own 6-episode TV show, all of us, I think, watched it, knew that character coming in, and I think that was really, really beneficial. But at the end of the day, it was colorful, it was fun, it was sub 2 hours, it didn't overstay its welcome. It moves, but because of all those things, it just doesn't have a lot of lasting impact. It doesn't have universe breaking repercussions. It didn't intend to have them. But it's just kind of a fun little thing. I mean, I think as a film, I think it's probably better than Quantumania. Even though Quantumania probably has more greater MCU connections,
I would repeat or echo that.
Yes, exactly. But this is tiers and tiers below Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, just to talk about the 3 Marvel movies that we got. Like that is
not even
light years ahead of either other movie that we got for Marvel this year. So it's a little disappointing from that standpoint of, we know Marvel is still capable of really, really high heights, and this is not that. This is just kind of, for me, it was kind of bog standard Marvel of, it's what you get. And maybe audiences are just tired of that. Maybe it wasn't marketed in the right way. Maybe there's too many incels out there that hate women. I don't know. A number of things you can point to of why this is such a disappointment in terms of its box office results. I mean, the reviews are like fine. I agree with the reviews. It's like, this movie is fun, and it's fine. And it's like, yeah, I think so too. I had fun with it. I thought it was fine. I haven't seen it a second time. I probably won't until it comes to streaming. I'll probably get the 4K Steelbook because I own all the Marvel ones at this point. Like, it's still it's good enough to be included with the rest of the bunch, but it didn't do enough on its own to really separate itself either. There's some cool, really fun stuff in it. We'll talk about in spoilers. But at the end of the day, it's just not as good as what we've seen from Marvel. We know they're capable of much more. And the villain is definitely a weak point in this movie. Basically, Ronan Light, and Ronan was already a bad villain, which I think is not the archetype that you want to model your villain after. Yeah. So I had fun with it. I feel like I'm sounding really negative, but at the end of the day, I walked in having fairly low expectations. I came out having them basically met, maybe slightly exceeded, of being like, you know what, it was fun. I had fun with it. It's a few weeks after the fact. I don't regret my time. I haven't gone back to see it or anything like that. But you know what? It was good enough. It was good enough, I think. It could have been better. Should have been better, maybe. But it was good enough is how I feel about it. So with that, we can get into recommendation. Obviously, we still got plenty of other things to talk about. Our TV our film recommendation is, would you recommend that people see this in theaters? They go out and see this in theaters. Would you recommend that they wait to see it at home, be it streaming, 4K, Blu-ray, whatever? Or do you think that people need to be paid to watch this movie? Paid to watch 3 women on screen together? Ugh, yucky, right? I don't know. What do you guys think? I have a feeling we're probably going to agree on this, but I'll throw it out to you guys, see what you guys think.
I wouldn't rush out and watch this in theaters. You could watch this at home.
Yeah. Clear.
All right.
Clear, like correct, Disney Plus tier, like catch up on the Marvel things, like get your Marvel fix on, like put on Disney Plus and then go for it.
Yeah, I think there's enough spectacle to it. There's enough, like, the action sequences are fun. You have the whole thrust is the powers being entangled, and that's done in a really fun way where someone's fighting in one location and then, oh shit, they're falling in space and they can't fly. And it's like, all right, there's a little bit of, fun way that they do that with the powers.
They make it fresh.
which I think that's kind of the more like the most interesting thing of it. But at the end of the day, it's just kind of like, yeah, no, it's enjoyable, it's pleasant, it's fine, it's fine. You know, it's probably totally fine to yes in terms of the other scale type of thing, but in terms of just, you know, movies, like, I mean, I'll say, if you're even mildly interested in this, I'm not going to say you need to rush to the theaters, but if you're feeling pity for Marvel Studios or the MCU or anything like that, I mean, I think that there's enough visual stuff and an intrigue here that you won't regret a theater trip, but I think purely based on the quality of the film, the oomph of the film, or the lack thereof, yeah, probably waiting to watch it at home, be it streaming 4K, whatever, is probably kind of where this film lands. And again, it almost just feels like that's where the film strived to land. Does that make sense? I don't know if you guys agree or disagree.
For sure. It wasn't reaching for a lot.
It just didn't feel like it was trying to do anything that crazy. You know, it wasn't a swing and a miss. It was just kind of, you know.
Hey, let me button get first base. You know what I mean?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, a little bit.
Look at Andrew with the baseball analogy. Look at it.
Yeah, look at him. He's grown.
A little sacrifice bot, maybe. I mean, sacrifice this right. So Avengers can make it and score a home run.
Dr. Doom comes in, or
there's a Dr. Doom score.
All right, well, let's do full spoilers for the Marvels. And a few things to get into here. I think obviously the final scene plus the mid credits are probably kind of the big setting up for the future of the MCU, kind of big holy shit sort of repercussion type things. But sticking with the movie itself before we let's finish with that. Anything you guys want to talk about spoiler wise here?
I think the action kind of choreography started off pretty good. You know, we get like I think it started off that way, and I kind of wish it had gone a little bit more, because I think the thought of like this Freaky Friday kind of body swap thing is really interesting, and you have like it's like a 3-person body swap, and I think it started off pretty interesting, and I wish it had gone even more into that. Like, I kind of like that they were all learning about each other and learning about their fighting skills and what they can do and their powers, like in real time, and having to work together. Like, that's a real team building kind of moment, especially when they're all coming from different places. Like, Miss Marvel really looks up to Captain Marvel, but then there's this conflict. So I think it was interesting, and I liked how it started, and I kind of wish it had gone even more into that, kind of to get into it. Like, I think trying to fix it by like having a mind thing where you like read each other's dreams and stuff and look at the past was like not the best way to go into that and try to resolve that conflict.
Yeah, well, and I think something that almost hampers, like, to kind of what I was saying just a couple of minutes ago, is when this entangling first happens, they're all in like completely different physical settings, locations. Like, so it's like, you know, Kamala's suddenly in space, you know, and it's like, oh shit, what the fuck's going on? And then she's fighting Kree, and she sees Goose, and it's like kind of crazy. By the time you get to the point where they realize what's going on, they're all kind of in the same room. So they're kind of, it's different because they're kind of working together to you know, fight in tandem, you know, working with each other, as opposed to just accidentally ending up in these random places. So it kind of, the spectacle kind of lessens because everyone's just in the same room fighting in the same way. I will say though, I feel like it does have, kind of in the way that Guardians Volume 3 did, a classic, like all the teams together beating the shit out of the villain kind of moment, which I found satisfying, where it's just like they kind of get it together of, you know, fighting together, because they kind of get they're trying to work together and it's not totally working, and then they finally do get to the point where it's like, all right, we've kind of got this kind of figured out, and we're just laying the fucking smackdown on this Kree lady, and that was kind of satisfying. I like that. Not as satisfying as High Evolutionary getting his ass fucking pounded in, his face ripped off Guardians, because what's her name? Dar-Ben. Nothing, just a nothing burger of a villain. Really just kind of, I think and it sucks because there's almost the inkling again. There's the inkling of this interesting idea of the Kree planet of Hala being like we have no resources. We don't have a sun. Everything is fucked up on this fucking planet because of Captain Marvel, because of the Annihilator. Where is that movie? I want that movie. I think that's more interesting. Andrew brought it up, I think, before we actually started recording. You see this like brief section of the Supreme Intelligence or whatever, the Kree Supreme Intelligence.
That was pretty cool.
There's this big fucking AI, piloting, guiding the Kree people, and it's like, that's like interesting lore stuff. Why aren't we getting more of that? Why are we getting that relegated to a 2-second thing and another thing? You know what I mean? That's the kind of thing where it just feels like, man, that's a really interesting movie to be made of Captain Marvel, where she thinks she's doing the right thing and she's trying to be heroic, and it turns out she just doomed an entire people.
Becomes the Annihilator,
shit by the end, But yeah, I don't know. It just feels like such a missed opportunity to kind of just 2 seconds of that, is good enough. Call it a day. I don't know. Just my thought on that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I think a lot of potential there, and we kind of. Again, like we learned from not having an exciting Guardians villain. Now we have another kind of non-exciting villain. They try to give her a backstory. But I don't know. I think you're trying to keep it breezy and keep it light. You don't want to delve into it, but then you kind of miss out on developing new characters. So I guess you take what you can get.
Yeah. How did you guys feel about the musical planet? I feel like I don't know. It's that to me feels like one of the few times in this movie where it feels like, we're just going to go for something a little bit different than what you've seen before. How did it play for either of you guys?
I wasn't offended by it. It was kind of like, oh, all right, we're here and this is happening.
It was happening. And they had was a K-pop star. Did this movie do okay in Korea? Maybe it did okay in Korea because it had the
hopefully
the classic let's pander to a certain country and hope that helps with the box office receipts kind of thing. But which makes, I think, because she's married, the revelation is obviously that Carol has been married to this prince, which makes her an official Disney princess. So we have to at least recognize that officially. So actually Disney has had 2 Disney princess movies not do so well at the box office in November, so there's that. Andrew, what did you think about the musical planet? Did you have a good time there, or is that when did you take a little siesta around that time?
I did take a little siesta around that time, much like I was doing just now. I had drifted off a little bit, and I don't know if you saw that or not, but I had drifted off a wee bit, and like they had started to land, and then they started to talk, and they're like, oh, they only talk in song. And I'm like, oh, wow, that sounds interesting.
And they started singing.
And then I just drifted off. And then when I woke up again, there were brains. They
sung you a lullaby.
There were like brains and shit. I'm not quite sure what was going on with the brains, but there were brains in the spaceship. In the
oh yes the Flurkin
eggs
eggs, yes.
So the Flarkin eggs are brains?
Those are the brains, yeah. They're
kind of look like brains,
we found these things around the ship, Fury. Should we worry about this? He's like, probably, yeah.
Oh.
Because that builds. There's this that's like a background mystery of what the fuck is these things flying around. And it sets up for this big set piece of how are we going to get all of these people off this space station.
You know what?
With limited escape pods, blah blah blah, right?
I enjoyed the Flurkin bit. I think I thought it was awesome. So over the top and ridiculous. And you just have cat-like creatures eating people. I liked it.
It was awesome.
I thought it was a lot of fun.
Like they're just getting devoured, and everyone's just there's the voice, the PA being like, "Please, it's okay. Just let them eat you. It'll be fine.
Let them Flurkins eat you.
please let yourself be eaten by the Flurkins."
Oh god, people are like terrified. They're just like, "Oh god, no!" They're just getting swallowed up in a pocket dimension.
You're getting memory from literal Cats the musical being played over top of all of it. It's just okay. I'm thinking about specific moments in this, and I will say that my feelings about the movie overall still remain the same. But there were a couple fairly inspired moments.
I enjoyed that
moments
quite a
in
bit.
The movie itself. But again, it's just as the story itself. wasn't the inspiring part. It was just there were some creative moments, like even just the entangling powers thing was kind of inspired, but like, okay, it came and it went kind of thing. So yeah. Secret Invasion feels even more irrelevant after this movie. I didn't
quite know where to place it.
I think this is supposed to take place before it. I think makes the most sense because
I thought I read somewhere that was like after.
But because the Skrulls clearly have an established home that gets disrupted by the Kree in this, whereas the whole point in Secret Invasion is you promised us a home theory, and it's like, okay, well, that only makes sense if they're already been disrupted from this fucking planet in which the Skrulls are apparently at, which is obviously not their home planet, but like, I don't know, man. The less we talk about Secret Invasion, the better.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's just, I'm just going to say, maybe Secret Invasion, the events of that, maybe that was a branched timeline to jump ahead to some Loki.
That's what I'm saying. Just use it. It's a different timeline. Just make
it's the same timeline as Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., maybe.
Yeah, just make shit up. Daredevil, like other things, different timelines. Earth.
You don't have to worry about all that.
30, 40
might be a Skrull, but he was a Skrull on the main timeline too. It's no big deal. No big deal. All right, I think that's probably it. I have one complaint, which I guess sort of feeds into the last kind of credit bits, and I think that's probably it for the Marvels. I didn't really understand why Monica had to go to the other side of the rift.
Oh, shit. I didn't get that either.
Because it kind of just felt like she could just do it from her side of the universe, and everything would have been fine. I mean, maybe I missed something. Maybe there was a line of dialogue or some explanation of science timey-wimey shit of being like, no,
but then how would you get to the X-Men?
Well, there's the question.
The
right?
X-Men.
I get the end point of you want to trap her in a different, universe and the multiverse. That's cool. I think that's totally fine as an end point. I think that's really cool setup for future
just have her
MCU stuff.
sucked in.
But yeah, it's like
it made no sense.
She flies through to the other side and just shows it off. I know I have to say here, I'm like, why?
No.
Why couldn't you just do the exact same thing from the other side? Like, why not have her be in the middle of it, and when it's closing, she gets pushed through to one side, and it happens to be the side that she didn't want to. I don't know. It just kind of felt kind of like they wanted it to end a certain way, and they, for some reason, chose the dumbest fucking route to get there. Yeah. And that's one of those things where it's just like, why? Isn't anyone looking at this movie thinking like, shouldn't there be an explanation for why she wouldn't just do this in the way that actually makes sense for that character? I felt that was a little silly. But anyway, we got fucking Kelsey Grammer back as Beast, and he looks a little different.
I don't need him CG'd either. I don't know why they chose to make him CG. Practical effects go a long way.
Give my man, let my man be a furry.
Yeah, totally.
Furries.
I like the idea of making him kind of closer to comic book / really kind of the 90s animated Beast is kind of what I think he had the closest resemblance to. But I think it's the classic thing that we've seen in a lot of the post-credit sequences of Pip the Troll and Hercules, and everyone just kind of looks like they did this in a day. Like they didn't spend enough time with this. Like CG Beast could work. Obviously, we've seen makeup Beast done in The Last Stand, done with Nicholas Hoult in the prequel X-Men trilogy. We've seen Cat Beast. We've seen regular. I think I get it. I get why they want to change the design to be a little bit different. But it didn't look very good, and like the sync between the voice and the mouth didn't look right. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of the problem. And it's again the same thing we've seen where they just kind of half-ass these post-credit type visual sequences, and it's like it's fucking cool. All right, she's in some sort of X-Men universe. We get the theme, and we get Beast, and it is Kelsey Grammer.
And her mom's binary.
Her mom is binary. Another alternate version of her mom, like cool. Like it's all really cool, but it just the impact is a little bit somewhat lessened when it's kind of just like, doesn't look that good.
Why didn't she have both the bracelets?
So I believe that Carol has one at the end. It's one of those things that's not really clearly explained. Well, it's another one thing that's not clearly explained is why the fuck does Dar-Ben just implode when she uses the two bracelets, but then Kamala's fine?
It's
again, it's like, is it because of the intent that you're using? Is it because of how you're using it? Like, Dar-Ben is trying to use it for power, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, there's just shortcuts in this movie that didn't need to be shortcuts. Maybe it's shortcuts because they cut shit out and they wanted the runtime to be very lean and mean. But it kind of makes for a... I hate to use the it feels a little plot holy, and not in a world breaking way. Holy. But it just kind of just feels like, God damn it, didn't someone think about this? Like, we've been here, I've been stewing on it for a few weeks, as I said. But someone worked on this movie for more than a few weeks. Someone should have thought about this and being like, and again, maybe it is one of those things just like, it's not a big deal, people won't care, and it's not, we'll figure it out later. I don't know, but it is kind of just like, well, why? Why do they need to be split up? Like, it's because there's these really power space artifacts. We don't want them to be in control. Like, can't Kamala actually use her powers without them anyway? Because she's a mutant. But it's a bit muddled and a bit messy. It's a little disappointing from that standpoint, I think. Yeah. So,
well, what about the ending / the mid credits / not mid credits?
What tease was the other scenes?
With Hawkeye, the Young Avengers setup.
With what's her name? Kate
Bishop.
Kate Bishop.
Kate Bishop.
And I'm like, that's
Kate Bishop. Right. Why you put sriracha on the mac and cheese?
I couldn't get excited.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Even though it was a little Iron Man Nick Fury riff.
No, I totally enjoyed it.
Young Avengers.
I enjoyed it for what it was,
but
I couldn't get excited about it because it just seemed kind of stupid.
I think that it felt weird as a final scene in the movie for what something
it should have been
clearly
a post-credits.
Felt like a post credits that was kind of disconnected from the movie itself. I think its placement is kind of what
you thought you were the only kid doing this shit. I'm doing it too.
I enjoyed the like Nick Fury ripoff. It's like clearly like she figured out what Nick Fury was doing and was like, let me go be serious and hide in a dark corner. But I don't know. I think a lot of the young talent at Marvel is pretty exciting. The Mambalani and
I would definitely agree with you there.
Avengers.
I don't disagree.
The Haley Steinfeld,
Yeah, good to see her again. It's one of the few times they bring up these new characters and then they don't fucking bring them back for new things. Like this is all right. They did bring back, except for Julia Louis-Dreyfus, who's in fucking everything. Bring her back and everything.
Thunderbolts or something.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? That's another thing we don't know anything about.
Yeah, no one knows anything.
Sort of.
Harrison Ford knows something.
Harrison Ford's around. What's he doing? I don't know. Maybe he's a Red Hulk. We'll find out. Set up for stuff. Which I think the X-Men stuff is cool. I'm sure that, we'll get some multiverse-y sort of payoffs at some point with that. I mean, is Monica going to be stuck in another universe for 5 years? I don't know. When does that get resolved? We don't know. We just don't know.
No.
Talked about it a lot with the Ahsoka stuff. It's just like, it's a lot of setup for things. And this isn't like fully like setup type of things, but it's like, until you know the ultimate payoff, some of these things aren't maybe as exciting as they could be. It's just like, yeah, okay, that's an interesting thread. We'll see where that goes. I don't know. I like the ideas. And I like where things are going. I like the idea of doing a Young Avengers. Even I wouldn't be surprised if something like Kang Dynasty is a Young Avengers type focus thing, and then Secret Wars is all right. We got to get the real band together, and fix this fucking thing, or whatever's going on here. So, yeah. All right. Any other thoughts on the Marvels?
No.
I think that's it.
Does it for me.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, wouldn't you know it? It's time to talk about Loki Season 2 in that case. I just happen to have used some Asgardian magic, and I'm now wearing my TVA variant t-shirt, which is pretty swell. And I've suddenly used this magic to spawn a beer and a Thor Ragnarok pint glass, which, if I spin it around, has Loki on it. There he is. There's the man himself, Mr. Hiddleston.
Just like that, Loki. Maybe you're a variant of yourself.
It's possible.
How can we really know?
Sure,
it's a multiverse. Shit's crazy, right? Oh man. Lots to get into with Loki. Let's put it that way. And we've been here for quite a while in this episode, and it's time to keep plugging along. So Loki Season 2 is streaming exclusively on Disney+. Show was created by Michael Waldron, who obviously we talked about a little bit earlier. Written by Eric Martin, taken over the duties from season 1. It was directed mostly by Justin Benson and Aaron Moorhead, again, folks we mentioned earlier in the context of Daredevil Born Again. And then episodes were also directed by Dan DeLue and Kazra Farahani. It stars Tom Hiddleston, Sophia DiMartino, Wunmi Musaku, Eugene Cordero, Rafael Casal, Kate Dickey, Kiwi Kwan, Owen Wilson, Gugu Mbatha, Tara Strong, and Jonathan Majors. So season 2 of Loki. Well, hopefully you've watched season 1, because spoilers. But Loki and the other members of the TVA navigate an ever-expanding and increasingly dangerous multiverse in search of Sylvie, Renslayer, Missed Minutes, and the truth of what it means to possess free will and glorious purpose. Ooh. So, who wants to get into this? You know, it's been a long time coming, but we're finally here. Who wants to kickstart some talk on Loki season 2? And I guess Loki as a whole, really, at this point, because I think it's kind of, said as much, but this is the end of Loki. It's not really a spoiler to say that this seems to be designed as a finale to the series. I'm not saying it's an end to the character necessarily, but as a show, this seems to be part 2 of 2, if that makes sense. So yeah, all of Loki season 2 particularly, I'm gonna hand it off to someone that's not me.
Well, this isn't the first time we saw the end of Loki, I think. Probably Tom Hiddleston thought the same thing too. Seemed like
that's
Thor
true.
2. It's like, oh, it could have been the end there, or clearly maybe even some Ragnarok stuff, and then clearly an Endgame. Like, okay, Loki is definitely gone, and then you go back in
15
time.
15 minutes in, super dead. For a bit there.
Infinity War, and then Endgame. Like, oh wait, there's a Loki from 2012 or when that was. So
right, yep.
Now we got this Loki. I think Andrew and I were watching this pretty much week to week. Were you staying on top of this, Andrew?
I think I always kept 2 episodes in my pocket, right? So whenever I watched something, it would be a 2-hour deal.
Split into like thirds almost.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
3 regular size movies, I guess, more or less.
Yeah.
In that.
Yeah, pretty much. And it very much felt that way too. I mean, they the show's got a really good cadence. I think it's paced very well. And it made for a, because what would happen is one episode would end. Like I watched the first episode, I think the night it aired, did it release with 2 episodes? I think it did, didn't it?
I think it was just week to week.
I think it was just
was it one?
I think it was just one at a time. It started a while ago, to be fair. I mean, it's worth obviously saying it started early October. We're here, December after Thanksgiving, and talking about it. Which, to be fair, we're also a little bit late in terms of talking about it because it ended early November.
In a couple weeks.
Looks like the finale aired. So yeah, we're a few weeks late to covering it in the first place. So if you're going back to watching episode 1. That's you're talking several months ago at this point.
But I mean, episode 1 ended. I'm like, oh man, I need more. Yeah. And then so for that purpose, or for that reason, I should say, I made sure that I could always watch at least a couple of hours. And
sure,
yeah, I did not regret my decision.
Yeah,
because
I kept up with this.
Doing it.
They end in a dramatic fashion. Every episode does. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a breezy on the show front, right? It's only 6 episodes, but I try to keep up with this week to week because I really enjoyed Loki season 1, and I know we've talked about other Disney Plus shows. I might have called it my favorite Disney Plus show up to a certain point, and it's the only one with a sequel, so part 1 and part 2, but I think Loki as a whole, probably my favorite project on Disney Plus so far. Or I think definitely without a doubt, this is my favorite project that's come out of the Disney Plus era for Marvel at least. So that's to say I really enjoyed season 2. It's different than season 1, which I liked. I don't think I wanted more of the same just where we finished off season 1. Obviously spoilers for season 1 if you're here, but with finishing and seeing kind of the multiverse break open after killing He Who Remains, you're like, where are we going from here? Like season 1 ended with such a cliffhanger. I like the direction they went in season 2, and I think the things that I enjoyed from season 1, which is predominantly the characters, like Loki Mobius combo is just one of the best combos I think we have in the MCU.
For sure, yeah.
But also the set, the score, it just looks great. Like it's a really high quality show, and I like that quality remained through season 2. So I really very much enjoyed another season and maybe the end of this story of Loki.
So I've got some thoughts. In addition to my pacing praise, I thoroughly after we get after the finale of season 1, I expected it to move into a direction because season 1 was very much character driven too. It was a very character driven show. And it continues that in season 2. To my surprise, I thought it would probably get a little bit more linear and kind of like maybe start putting down the groundwork for a Kang situation, and in a major way, and just I don't know. It moved into a direction that I didn't expect it to. You kind of get more. You don't get more of the same. That sounds like a criticism, but it's not. Because the character development...
Well, it's season 2 of the same show. There certainly is going to be some continuity,
right.
Hopefully it's not completely different, yeah.
They're not... The first one worked. They're not throwing away the things that work so they could,
No, definitely
make a bad
not.
version
No,
of
it's
it.
definitely much a character piece. It's about character growth and the amount of growth that we see in Loki from... Fuck.
Well, that's just it, right? It's still a Loki show... Episode 1 to episode 12, or episode 6 of the 100%. Season. It's called Loki. It's a Loki show through and through. And it never really strays from that path.
And even more so than that, like just from the beginning, like its inception in the MCU, the amount of growth that we've seen this character, absorb is just amazing. Hats off to Tom Hiddleston, man. He is just he just thoroughly understands the character, thoroughly. Anyways, I really enjoyed the character pieces in this show. A lot of character growth and a lot of character development, continuing from season 1 of Loki. I really, really, really like the headiness of this season. They picked a directing duo that I think I've seen all but one movie that slipped through the cracks, and I found this out the other day talking to one of our bankers about the show, about Loki. There's a movie that I did not see. I think it came out during COVID time that I need to see. But aside from that one movie, I think I've seen most of their stuff, almost everything. And they are auteurs in heady filmmaking. Thoughtful pieces about time and all that sort of stuff. And I don't think Disney could have picked a better duo to direct these episodes. And I'm talking about Moorhead and Benson.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, and they just crushed it, man. I thought they visually they kill it. They have a visual style that they kind of strike for. They're kind of looking for. They have a lot of artifacts in their film in the way that they choose to, I guess, post. They put it in post, surely, but they have a look to the things that they make, and it's always recognizable. And to me, it's appreciated. I really like it. Score outstanding. The stakes are incredibly high this season. And the ending to the show is just kind of like the cherry on top. It kind of does unexpected things. Like, I mean, that's kind of the amount of things to solve the things that you can do to solve the problems in the show are kind of like endless, right? So any kind of direction that you move into it doesn't take a lot to be a surprise, right? But it still surprised me. It surprised me in a big way, the ending of the show. So, anyways, thoroughly enjoyed it. Well, I don't want to talk about I don't want to get into rankings, but well-made show. You can
say you enjoyed it.
I'd just say it was a well-made show. So,
so I think certainly relative to both of you, I'm the latest to the party here. I finished watching it. few days ago, I guess now. And it was kind of a slow moving thing for a minute. We watched, I think, episode 1, and then like a week later, and this was still, we didn't even start watching it until we had watched Ahsoka, and we were already like a month late in watching Ahsoka after it had finished. So we watched episode 1, and then a little bit later we did episode 2, and then a little bit later we did 3, and then there was kind of like, all right, we know we're recording soon. Let's keep going. We got a few nights. Let's watch it. And then what we ended up doing was just watching 4, 5, and 6 in the same night because we just got super sucked in, which was kind of fun because those were 3 Benson and Moorhead episodes, and they really, those 3 alone really did kind of feel like almost a movie because they were very connected. Some of the other episodes, in the same way that season 1 had a different setting, kind of a standalone episode, obviously building to a greater whole, but 4, 5, 6 were really like boom, boom, boom in terms of just kind of what happens in them. So they really had the nice flow to it. And it sucked us in big time. Would have been frustrating, I think, to watch week to week with those 3 particularly. The other ones, again, where you get kind of a setting, character flavor of the week, it's like, all right, I feel good about that. I can put it to the side for a few days and come back. Those really did, end on things where it's just like, fuck, what next? And so that's kind of,
sometimes that's exciting
out
too.
You're
like, where you're just like set with it. You're like, I don't know what's going to happen. You got to wait a little bit to see the result.
Exactly. And, sometimes the inherent danger is you spend too much time on Twitter, X, whatever, you're going to run into spoilers here and there. And so there were some like minor aspects that did get spoiled, but on the whole, it was still a pretty fresh experience, which was nice. I definitely, still found myself surprised, even though I knew like a thing was going to happen in some capacity. So that was really, we got sucked in for a reason, I guess is probably my way of putting it. This is top tier Disney Plus Marvel stuff. Top tier Disney Plus stuff, period, including Star Wars. Actually, I was about to say top tier Disney Plus Star Wars shit, and I was like, well, that's not right. But honestly, throwing it all in, this is, I think, just top to bottom. And not to, I know we've brought it up enough, but it's got to be the comparison point. The other Disney Plus thing that came out this year is Secret Invasion, and you cannot just show the disparity and the quality of content at Marvel Studios without just highlighting the fact that Loki and Secret Invasion came from the same company, ultimately bear the same responsibility for it, and they just couldn't be further apart in terms of just the amount of care and attention that went into those things. One of them felt like they probably reshot half of it, Frankensteined it together best as they could, and then released it. And there was a movie that came out in the Marvels that basically didn't follow up on it in any way whatsoever. Who knows? It's it's whatever. Obviously, we talked about the Marvels, but with Loki, it really is a labor of love, I think, almost. Certainly for Tom Hiddleston, who obviously has been with the character for now, more than a decade, has a lot of deep insight and knowledge into Loki. You teased it with the fun fact. We'll get there in spoilers, just to circle back to that briefly.
Yeah.
But more than that, the characterization is great. You get some really great depth to all of these characters, not just Loki. Obviously we've talked about Loki, but his supporting cast, Sylvie, Mobius, particularly, and kind of the
newcomers
too. You wouldn't really expect to have, like a big role or big moments or anything like that, but they do. Every character is afforded a lot more depth. I think even more so than in season 1. Your kind of bit TVA players and stuff have a bit more play here from at least my recollection of season 1. But on top of all that, the production values that went into this show are they're movie quality shit, and that's almost underselling it. Because also Ant-Man, and stuff, that's movie quality shit at the same time. Mm-hmm. So it's better than that. And I think what it is a lot of physical, practical sets, and pre-production and planning and, time to do the visual effects where there are visual effects, and there are plenty of visual effects in this show for sure. But it looks fantastic. It's seriously film grade quality stuff, in a way that their actual films, to just to reiterate the point, don't seem to hit that often anymore. They do sometimes. Like Guardians, I think, looked quite good, but I think 1 out of 3 movies this year of the 3, it looked like it had enough time to be the thing that it was supposed to be, and Loki is kind of like that, whereas Secret Invasion was, again, talking about the finale, like, whipped up on a computer in 5 minutes and they called it a day. And that's not going to cut it. But here, there's just so much thought that goes into it, and it's clear. I actually watched they put it up on Disney Plus, the assembled episodes, like the making ofs, and they're fluffy sorts of. You don't want to get into the bad things of, with certain productions. So I'm sure that even the Secret Invasion one is very like, yeah, everyone had a great time making this, and we loved this, and everyone thought this is going to be the best thing ever, and we're really proud of the product we made. Here, it was very much that, but it also was just like, oh, but it's good, so it's fine. It's not a bad thing. But you could really see the amount of detail that everyone put into it from the get-go. Like the production, they talked about like the handbook they had of just the visual design of it, the production design of it was like this 1,000-page book, about how certain things need to be lit. Just all of the details that went into the making of the show are evident on the screen. And the details that aren't visibly on the screen stand out too. Natalie Holt's score is one of the best Marvel scores in general, I think, at least certainly in recent memory. It was true of season 1. I think it's just as good, if not better here. And overall, I mean, it's for me, it's more of the same in the best way possible, where it is a continuation of a thing that was good in the first place, that we really enjoyed all of us enjoyed. But it's different enough. You get new characters, new settings, new kind of arcs, and new like timey-wimey, multiverse-y sorts of things going on, so that the thrust of it is actually quite different than season 1. But the way that it hits the ground running is utilizing what season 1 set up, and it doesn't waste any time. And it's really, really effective, jumping off, from the events of season 1. And it at the end of the day has a quite satisfying finish, I think. So certainly we'll get that in spoilers. One of the best things that Marvel Studios, I think, has put out in several years, I think, to say that it's as a complete package. I think Loki certainly has an argument to be made for being the best Disney Plus series. I just don't think that.
I think that's hands down.
The shows have had this level of consistency. I think, in WandaVision, I think has been, this is somewhat bleeding into recommendation, I guess, or just general, whatever. We can talk about rankings shit if we care enough. I don't think we need to do any formal rankings, but I think just relative to a lot of the other Disney Plus stuff, like for me, I think WandaVision and Hawkeye have been kind of the two standard bearers. And even WandaVision, I think, had ups and downs within the show. And then it kind of got Marvel-y by the end, which I think was to a lot of the detriment, or at least people's view, enjoyment of it was just like, I liked it when it wasn't as Marvel-y as it eventually became. Hawkeye, I think, was pretty consistent throughout. It was fun, I think that was a strong show, and it was fun and breezy and enjoyable. And this has moments of that, but I think is overall a bit more to use the word deep, and I think a little bit more introspective and heady. I think you said heady, but it's definitely a very heady show, and right in Benson and Moorhead's wheelhouse for anyone familiar with their works. Like very much, it's their sensibilities stamped onto a Marvel project, which is really interesting and really cool. And that's what you want out of Marvel stuff, is filmmakers leaving their imprint. You want your James Gunns coming on board and be like, this is fun. Guardians is fundamentally a James Gunn movie. You kind of want that. You want that sort of thing to have. A certain vision actually, they're striving for a vision, but then to actually see it realized, that feels outside of the what you might call cookie cutter side of the MCU, which I'm not going to say that like the Marvels is necessarily. Like I think they did some cool and interesting things in the Marvels, but relative to Loki, it's not quite the same.
Which one were you more excited to watch?
Very distinct.
Between the Marvels and Loki?
Yeah.
Loki, I guess, right?
So that's a little segue into my argument that as a like more so than like season 2. Season 2 is definitely included in this, but like as a project as a whole, I think this Loki project, season 1 and 2 viewed as one product, I think it's the best thing that Marvel's put out in quite a long time. Just as far as like a project. I think that's the best way to probably put it.
Well, to me, the only conversation is this or Guardians Volume 3 better? Because I think you have two really, really strong projects in this year particularly.
You do? Yeah. I guess that's true.
Very different from each other. Obviously, one's movie, short form storytelling versus long form, but but the quality gulf between like those two, I think is probably maybe personal preference. And I don't know where I stand. I'm not going to.
They're apples and oranges,
different from each other, but still, top of their game for what they're supposed to be.
Right.
But then you drop down to your Quantumanias, to your Secret Invasions, to your whatever else is the Marvels, and anything of that ilk. It's just
huge difference.
It's just a huge difference,
astounding.
just all around. You could see the difference. You can feel the difference.
It's not Madam Web sort of shit. But.
No. I mean, nothing's.
But there's an astounding
bad
difference in quality, though.
Secret Invasion is probably the closest to outright bad. but mostly like inoffensive. Like, why does this exist? And if this, to me, and I know we talked about it a lot. My biggest issue with Secret Invasion, other than it being kind of boring and kind of adding up to nothing, is that it shouldn't have been those things. I mean, it's easy to say about anything, is it should be good or it should be better, but Secret Invasion's a really, really cool premise that they just did nothing with. That's to me and it's like, well, you just, it's a real Gwen Stacy Amazing Spider-Man 2 situation of like, well, you fucked it, now we're done. We can't do that again. So
yeah, they can't touch that. Yeah, honestly, the scrolls should just be done.
Yeah. I would say that about the Phoenix storyline, but they tried that a couple times already, so I'm sure we'll get that at some point down the line.
Yeah, but even going back to the news and the article from Variety about the crisis at Marvel, I think that's like taking projects like Loki and like Guardians of the Galaxy aside. Like, I think in general, and I think season 2 has had a little bit more, just from what I've seen, slightly more mixed, like mostly very positive. But I think most people would agree that like this is kind of the standard of what Marvel should aim for. And other things maybe aren't bad or like garbage or anything, but it's just like, if it's not great, then that's kind of what we were getting before. And that's kind of what we should get. And I think we should expect from these properties.
Yeah, well, I think for a while there, it was pretty consistent. We talked about it already, but, that Phase 3, like probably after Doctor Strange, maybe once Civil War hits, it's like, it's again...
Oh, man, you get Civil War, Black Panther, like,
you're not good. Getting a miss in there. There's really not a miss in that whole, like, 3-year stretch or something like that. And here, it's such a mixed bag that it's like, it highlights again how good things can be and maybe were for a time, and you're like, well, maybe everything should be that way. Maybe that's fewer projects that gets you there. Great. Do fewer shows, fewer movies a year if that's what it takes. I realize we're getting into some of the same territory that we would have talked about already, but yeah, I mean, this just goes to show Marvel Studios is still capable of doing great things, right?
I wonder what are their...
You just got to do it right.
Is there any way of knowing what the returns have been on this show so far?
I don't think that they really put out Disney the streaming numbers.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the companies are pretty mysterious about these sorts of things.
I do feel like in general, it's probably like if I were to take a guess, like I have no numbers on this, I would probably guess that less people watched Loki season 2 than like a WandaVision or some of the other earlier MCU ones, just because of kind of not a reflection of this show, but just a reflection of kind of how people feel about Marvel right now. I would guess that it probably doesn't have as high of a viewership as it maybe even season 1 did.
Yeah, actually, there are some numbers out there which actually I'm surprised. I feel like it's probably one of those things, if they're not quite up to expectations, you don't release the numbers and just let people like speculate about it. But Disney actually put out that the premiere of season 2 ended up with 10.9 million views worldwide in its first 3 days of release, which made it the second most watched season premiere on Disney Plus, specifically behind the premiere of season 3 of The Mandalorian.
Okay.
So other sources, non-Disney sources, place Loki as the most watched original series across all platforms in the United States during the week of October 15th, 22nd, and the 29th, which I think would have been episodes 3, 4, and 5, I think, roughly. Or I'm sorry, 2, 3, 4. And then that appears to be all the data that I'm seeing.
That's
just
good
from
data,
looking
though.
at this.
I mean, that sounds. You make good shit. You get.
But people
receipts.
are watching it. At least the first few episodes, people are watching it. You know, I think by the time you hit episode 4, you kind of know if this is. Again, I think it's more of the same. I think you walk into. This is again bleeding into recommendation. If you watch season 1, I'm not sure that season 2 is going to lose you. If that makes sense. Like obviously, you can have wildly varying qualities of seasons within shows, but this is very tonally consistent. Even though the story's doing different things and it's going different areas. It's still very fundamentally, I think, the same show. Feels like the same show as season 1. It feels like a complete package. I think it's probably fairly seamless if you watched straight through 1 through 12.
I bet that's a pretty good experience too.
Yeah, really, really long Marvel movie. It's a Peter Jackson-sized Marvel movie, maybe. But yeah, no, I mean, definitely getting some viewership there, and Loki's a really popular character. People love them some Tom Hiddleston.
Yeah,
People love them some Loki in general. I mean, the reason that this show exists in the first place is because he's been such a charming, actor in the role, and the character has been really fun to the point that as you talked about, the inception of the show is using a Loki that is a different Loki than the one that we came to love and saw the end of in Endgame. Endgame was the completion of Loki's arc of, he had found family and stood up to Thanos and here you kind of have a reset sort of because you're plucking the Loki straight from the end of Avengers out of time. And, he gets kind of exposed to those, like he sees that version of his life, but this is still a really different spin on Loki. But at the end of the day, he's still the same. He's still the same character. He's the same Loki that's lived for thousands of years or whatever prior to those events.
Very similar variant, at least.
Yeah. There are other variants that we saw in season 1 that were definitely very different.
Much different.
So yeah, any other non-spoiler thoughts? Or should we move on to recommendation at this point? What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Recommendations.
All right. So in terms of TV recommendations, our scale is 5 tiers. We have very yes at the top, followed by yes, middle ground at totally fine, and then we go down to fine, and then should we need to, you go down to the shit house. I don't think we need to do that. I think like we had with the Marvels, I think that we'll have a consensus recommendation. That's my gut instinct. So correct me if wrong, but are we all going to go very yes on Loki season 2?
Very yes from me.
This hits that threshold, which I found myself not reaching for Marvel things as recently, but this project hits that very yes threshold. Like this is what a very yes project or show is, I think.
I agree. I don't really have any major complaints about this show. I mean, we'll get into some things in spoilers. Like, there's some things I didn't fully wrap my head around, I think. Some of the timey-wimey stuff is a little trippy and out there, and like, I think I got it, but maybe I didn't. I don't know. There's things like Jonathan Majors being in the show, which, there's only so much you could do with that, and I think that's probably it's probably worth noting for people that are fully off the Jonathan Majors train at this point, which I think is certainly a valid stance to take. There's no shortage of them in this season, shall we say. And so, I guess there's that little wrinkle perhaps that is worth flagging for anyone. But on the whole, for me, it's a very yes show, 100%. Just top to bottom, like I said, production values, score, acting, story. The plot of it is really interesting and complex, and the characterization is really deep. There's just a lot here. It's still fresh, even coming from season 1, and man, and so there's something to be said for sticking the landing.
Yeah.
Secret Invasion had episodes that were fine, did not stick the landing, did the opposite. You might say.
Fucking stuck the landing like fuck.
This just
like perfect 10 gymnasium
full on superhero landing. Just nailed it. Just nailed
5
it.
flips straight on the board.
Yeah,
Arms
pretty
up.
much.
Oh man.
So yeah, all right. Should we do it? Should we go full spoilers for Loki season 2? The all of Loki, every bit of Loki is now on the table. Do we want to start by talking about your fun fact, Henrique? Do you want to go back to that? Or do you feel like you'd rather reserve that? Okay,
good callback.
It's very much tying into the very end of the show, but we talked about it ending satisfyingly. Maybe that's a good place to start, and then we'll in true Loki fashion jump back in time. We'll time slip to another thing in the show. There
you go. But you mentioned how the ending of the show is very satisfying. I think that's probably one of the biggest selling points of the property. And I don't know what the original last lines were, but Loki or Tom Hiddleston has done some interviews now since the writer's strike, and he's talked about how he actually thought of the last line for Loki's character. And I think it's very fitting, clearly, because he's been with this character more than any other director or writer. So he had a nice callback to the first Thor movie, right? So in the show, he getting to the end, he learns how to control his time slipping. He realizes what he has to do to fix not just the TVA, but kind of like all the timelines. And he says, I know what I want. I know what kind of God I need to be for you, for all of us, which is not exactly like the line from Thor, but very similar, right? Like when he's holding on to the Bifrost and Odin goes to get him, and he tells him, he's like, I could have done it, Father. He's like, could have done it for us.
Could have done it, Father, for you.
And then Odin just says, no.
No.
Just kind of brutal.
And Loki's like, well, then fuck you then. I'm gonna fall into this portal or something. Yeah, I'm just gonna go fucking wreck Earth now.
Right. But this time,
no.
he goes and saves the multiverse, and I think that was really cool that Tom Hiddleston thought of the line, and he said he told the writers and directors, and they're like, yeah, we got to use that. So I think it's a very fitting end.
You just know when something is right, especially for a moment that's as big as that. Like how do you end it? Like it's the exact same thing as like the same type of shit as I am Iron Man, as being Tony Stark's like last words. You know what I mean? Where it's
that full circle.
It's just pitch perfect.
But like the meaning is very different. Right, like that Loki,
for sure,
is, which I was gonna say is not that much different in time, but he did spend decades learning physics and stuff, so it probably is
Doctor Stranged it, with different. His Dormammu encounter. He kind of had his own sort of thing where he's very wise now. He's a bit more up to snuff on things.
But I think what a fitting end for one of the most selfish characters in the MCU to do such a selfless act of just being the one to hold the multiverse together with no one really aside from his friends to thank him and kind of know that he's doing it. He gets his throne in the end, right? Like what did he say in the show? He's like, I don't want the throne. And he got the throne, but it's not what he wanted.
What I really like is he does it in the coolest fucking way possible.
Yeah.
Just
brings the horn, creates the horns.
Yeah. Just from the moment of him, going down to walk out, it just kind of just walks off. He's just, he's resolved. He's made his mind up.
Because the radiation strips him of his illusion magic, right? Like there's no illusions at the end of time.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he wanted to just make a cool ass outfit.
Yeah, I think that was partly it.
That was one thing that I had been spoiled on, was seeing his finale outfit, and I was like, all right, well, that's pretty sick. I want to see how that kind of plays out. Yeah. But I didn't know the full context of like, oh yeah, this dude is basically single-handedly sustaining the multiverse and allowing all of these complex branches to exist, and have people to have actual free will and not get spaghettified all the time. I mean, what an incredible moment. The whole sequence is incredible. It's beautiful. His outfit's fucking ballin'. Tom sells it with that last line, which actually, the first time I didn't watch it, I didn't even pick up on the callback that it actually was. But then when you had said that about the fun fact, and I spoiled it for myself a little bit. I couldn't hold off for the however long. and just the genesis of that is just really awesome. Yeah, it's just a testament to Hiddleston, but to everyone, just to know that that's the right thing to do, the right way to end things, and it's just epic.
Yeah,
talking a lot of epic things on Watch Review Repeat lately, but I
don't know what gets more epic than that.
Epic. Yeah, that was awesome.
I think, man, like switching gears a little bit, there's probably a few things that in season 2 I maybe like less than season 1 or just as a whole. But I think, like you were saying, the show's called Loki, and in the end, did they get Loki right? And I think, did they have a reason to even bring him back, right? Because you had an ending to the story.
Yeah,
so I think if you're going to bring him back, you better have a story to tell.
I think for me, and obviously this is all pure speculation, it's a really heroic sacrifice, and it's very meaningful, and I don't think you want to take that away from Loki.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it almost feels like, is this too sad of an ending for Loki as a character? Like, is there a way that this is just a stopgap to allow things until they can kind of resolve the Kang conflict, the or whoever the fuck it is, whether it's Doctor Doom or Kang or whatever? Is there a way that once they have a way to, I guess, keep the multiverse intact, not collapsing in on itself or whatever?
Right? Does he come back?
Is there a way that there's a way to sustain that without Loki himself having to just be alone, at this point at the end of time or whatever, basically weaving this web, this Yggdrasil looking web of timelines,
which was pretty badass.
Which was, again, really visually very cool. Yeah, I think that's my only thing is, I'm sure Tom is happy to hang the horns up for a few years, if nothing else. But I think to not bring him back for Secret Wars feels like, or around that time, I would think.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Dealing with the multiverse,
if he's kind of holding things together as the multiverse stuff really starts to pick up steam, as you really start to get into the bigger major conflicts of maybe universes colliding a little bit more. Yeah, I think having Loki involved in some capacity. I don't need him to be leading the Avengers. I don't need him to be a major character. But I think just to have it, he needs to have some sort of interaction. Maybe just even one last interaction with Thor or something. Just would be meaningful. So I think if this is it, it's great. It's poetic. It's a really heroic sacrifice that I think is a completion of an arc for Loki, who is not the type to make the sacrificial play. He's very much selfish, to say that.
He's not the one to lay down the line and let the other guy walk over him.
I think I would just oh shit, what does Tony say?
Cut the wire.
Just cut the line. Yeah, that's it. It's awesome. But selfishly speaking, because I'm, I got a little bit of Loki in me. I am wearing a TVA variant shirt after all. I think it would be sad to not see Loki as a character in some capacity again.
Yeah.
And I think even doing another variant wouldn't feel the same. Like, I think it has to be this version.
I think this Loki still could have a final ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with
and
that.
I think there's certainly a point where you retire him, Robert Downey Jr. style. And again, this very well could be it. But I feel like there's an and one more thing that feels like, let's give Loki at least one good thing in his life. Because right now he's made new friends. He's got Mobius, he's got Sylvie, he's got really everyone at the TVA that's still around. B-15 and Casey and Ouroboros and Obi, sorry. And it feels like him having to walk away obviously is giving them the opportunity to have the fullest version of their lives that they want, and have that option available to them. But it's at great personal cost, the ultimate personal cost, which is he can't enjoy and share in any of that. So it feels like, maybe give him a happier ending sometime down the road.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be right away. He can have a shit time of it, doing, basically overseeing everything for a while, being on the throne, being the king of time or
the
whatever.
God of stories.
The Loki who remains, the God of stories. Yeah, whatever you want to call him. He can do that for a while, but I do hope we see him again at some point. So
yeah, because I think this is the last thing that he wanted. He went from saying wanting the throne to then, when he gets stuck in that time loop with Lady Sif, and she talks about him being alone, And I think that's this Loki's probably biggest fear, especially when he discovers friendship and creates real love in different ways between him and Sylvie and him and Mobius and the rest of the TVA. And that one scene, I don't remember if it's episode 4 or 5, where he and Sylvie are sitting at the bar, and he's just trying to figure out, or she's trying to figure out what he wants, and he's like, I just want to have my friends. And it's kind of powerful to have him say it, but it's pretty tragic. Yeah, pretty tragic of an ending to end up alone when he finally found people that he really loves and connects with, and try to do all the things just to keep the TVA together, just to have them. Oh boy, we got a little variant.
Looks like we're joined by a variant of Andrew and Sarah. Bennett, did you happen to catch Loki season 2? We're talking about spoilers just to catch you up. I think you weren't listening to the earlier parts of this episode.
Spoilers.
Full spoilers. What do you have to say?
My name's Bennett. I'm just a baby. And
you approve or disapprove?
Big Loki fan?
My daddy said that I had to go to bed before I could watch it. So I didn't get to see any episodes, but my daddy said it was good.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think we trust your daddy. I'm not sure, but
my daddy says I move around, make too much noise sometimes, so be watching cinematic things like Loki. So I gotta go to bed before my daddy can watch them.
Okay. All right. Well,
fair enough.
That's just like your opinion, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're in spoilers. What else do we have to say about Loki? Beyond obviously the ending being good, sad, all those good things and stuff. But what else?
Totally ridiculous.
Or we can talk about the ending more. That's fine. I'm happy. I'm happy too.
No, we're not talking about the ending anymore. We can leave it there.
Mm-hmm. You have thoughts? You should tell them. You should tell them to the listeners.
I mean, all I've got to say is, with taking a line from the first Thor movie, our first introduction to the character, you can see how the character had a tendency to lash out. Now he's got more resolve and stuff now, just how he grows. But maybe it's always been his. He's always had that want in him to be, to be the god that he needs to be, which is it's pretty astounding stuff, man. It's really good, just the growth of the character and all the Lokis. You could see that in season 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just really cool. And it's somebody finding their purpose in such a way, like the way
glorious
the dressing
purpose.
Yeah, the dressing.
Did you see?
Go ahead.
I was saying, did you see? You talking about purpose when he's trying to control the timeline and he's wearing the horns? I feel like it's very reminiscent of when the the comic book original classic Loki is
I don't know
is doing his scene and building Asgard.
Oh yeah, yes. Okay,
I feel like he has that look.
Yeah. It's neat, man. And it's like it's kind of a tale as old as time. Somebody finding their meaning and their purpose and stuff, but then you dress it up as a god finding his glorious purpose, and it's so cool. You can't eat my headphones, Guppy Butts. You can't eat it. No.
Uh-oh, Andrew can't hear us anymore. It looks like he's got a knot on cable.
He's smiling about it. He thinks it's funny.
Yeah, it is funny.
It's a little funny.
You're a funny guy.
How about all the other characters?
Yeah, how about them?
You like the new people?
Yeah.
How about fucking OB?
Oh,
Kiwi Kwan?
Yes.
Oh man.
This is hopefully I think the beginning of just putting Kiwi Kwan and everything, making up for lost time.
Dude, yes. Yeah, exactly.
Just he's so much fun. He's so exuberant and just you could tell he's having the time of his life because he is. I think you can see how much it means to him on a personal level to just be in something like this. To come from everything everywhere and just jump into fucking full on MCU Marvel Studio stuff it's awesome.
Yeah, anytime I see Kiwi Kwan now in a show or even just in an interview, I'm just like, man, let this guy be in everything, just do everything, especially because I feel like whatever he picks is going to be something he really goes in on, and it's just a great role for him, like super enjoyable, and he's very funny and witty, and just what a joy to have, and a very interesting character too, like the Ouroboros, and how that fits into the, I guess if the first season was about discovering yourself through a variant, this season is like the time travel season, right? It's like, are we fixed in time, or like is the ending set, or do we have free will, and can we choose things? Oh yeah.
I think he agrees with you. I could be wrong.
Okay.
I mean, I'll let his father translate best he can, but it seems like a general agreement. Yeah.
Right. As Bennett was saying, it's just this is the time travel season.
Bennett, you didn't even watch it. Get out of here. What are you doing? Your daddy put you up to this? No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you need to put this on video so listeners can see this.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's just, I think it ties into, if I'm going to do a compliment sandwich of like all the positive we talked about.
Sure.
I think one of the negatives I have is like, I think it sometimes gets a little bit too into the weeds of like the complexities of the time travel, and
lots of talks of the loom and how it all works, and all that.
It's one of those things where like I don't need to really know how it works.
Well, also
like
they told me how it works,
magic.
and I'm like, I still don't understand. So
right, exactly. Like you're just telling me things like I don't know what that means.
Science mumbo jumbo at a certain point.
Like I'm not gonna follow like the logic behind the time travel, so I don't really need to know. And like you can just tell me like, is this the end game style? Is this the Back to the Future style? Is it like, you know, what does a time travel mean? And that's good for me. So
it
was a little bit too technical at times for me.
It was, but I did like there were certain things where it's just like, no, that's impossible. And you're like, yeah, but I'm doing it. And it's like, yeah, well, I don't know how. That's impossible. It's like, there were moments where they're just like, just go with it. And that's fine. Like the Looper style.
Yeah, that's what I need. Like,
time travel doesn't make sense. Just accept it and move on. Don't think about it too hard. But there were definitely moments where it's just like, and here's how this works, and then we got to do this, and we'll expand the rings, and then, you know, and it's like, all right, okay, fine.
Yeah.
You do the timey-wimey thing, and the timey-wimey things will be better, maybe. Or they won't. Or they won't. As it turns out, they won't, so.
I don't think I need to fully understand like all the intricacies of the TVA. It's like it's just bureaucratic place that has control of time, and it's one of those things, almost like in No Way Home. It's like if I start thinking about the logic too much, I can find plot holes within it. So I kind of just want to be taken by the story, and to then add a compliment to it. It's, I think the thing that makes Loki as a property different than a lot of the MCU, like the Disney Plus, but even some of the other ones, I think what made it so enjoyable for me is that they really just focus, like they just gave a really good writing and let the writing shine through. It's like, we don't need to have good battles. In fact, I think a lot of their battles were kind of maybe just not that exciting. Like definitely not the most exciting parts of the show. Like when I think about the show, I don't think about any of the fights really between season 1 or season 2. It's like just people talking with good characters and good writing and good actors.
I mean, season 1 kind of really ends with a big conversation instead of a big fight. I mean, there is some fighting going on between Loki and Sylvie, and
but that's not the focus, right? It's like,
right. That's not really what the bulk of the episode is. So yeah,
I think that's just so interesting.
Yeah. No,
I mean, it's how bad of a villain. I can't think of her name. The old
Miss
Nazi,
Bennett's?
the old Nazi bitch, wanting to like eliminate all time and all the people in all the timelines with bombs.
General Docs.
Yes.
Oof.
Yeah, she wants. Yeah, she just.
Hey, I mean, she's just sticking with the original TVA plan of like you prune the
and that's what this show, like, particularly this season,
timelines
is very much about. Is just being like, well, you realize what you're doing and killing all these branches of the timeline is you're just effectively killing a bunch of people and dooming them to never exist or to cease to exist at their point in time because someone went off script or whatever. She's
because what even is a sacred timeline? Like that's whatever He Who Remains decided was the right way to go.
Right, and Sylvie points out, it's just like, you're going to protect that timeline with a bunch of fuckheads who, kill each other and do horrible things to each other all the time. And it's like, I mean, obviously that probably happens on every timeline, but like, why is that one special or more special? Other than, that's what we're used to and that's what we know. It's a really interesting kind of concept that they play with. Andrew, I thought you were going to say, how about Miss Minutes? Because she was fucking terrifying.
Oh, she was terrifying.
Oh, God. Miss Minutes.
Renslayer is good. She pops up here and there, but Miss Minutes is like the true, I feel like, just psychopathic villain of this show.
Just great.
I like when she jumps to the giant size, and when they're back in like
in Chicago,
1790 or 1890s or whatever, just terrorizing the citizens. The ghost clock. I thought that was incredible. And even just the stuff where like, she's getting a little friendly with I guess Victor Timely. The Victor Timely. That was good stuff.
That was pretty funny. He's like, but can I be your girl? And he's like, I don't know anything about that.
So Kang is the one that's stranded in Ant-Man, right?
Right. Yes, that is, as far as we know, the Kang the Conqueror, as we know the character of Kang the Conqueror.
Okay. He Who Remains is definitely He Who Remains.
He Who Remains is a different variant who realized all my variants are fucking assholes. I have to do it this way to prevent them from fucking shit up even further. And then He Who Remains is dead entering season 2 because Sylvie has killed them. And then there's Victor Timely, who is another variant who is maybe I don't think he's necessarily an early version of He Who Remains, but has the potential to be, because he seems to be, he's a little bit of a con man and
or is
a charlatan.
Is he a early version of King because he's got the throne of King, right?
Well,
he's got the time
tendencies.
I think maybe it's one of those things. Almost. It's like, they all have the time. They all have a lot of characteristics in common. It's just the variance is in how they use it. Like Timely obviously is very smart. I think even before he gets the TVA handbook, it's kind of implied that he's he's smart and he's going to be an inventor and a genius. And then he gets the future knowledge, Back to the Future style, kind of given to him, and that's what kind of fuels him there. But even through what we see in this, Timely is never quite villainous necessarily. Like obviously he does things like dumping Renslayer, going with Miss Minutes, but he always just kind of seems to be.
He never had that true turn.
Doing what makes sense.
Straight
for
up
him
sacrificed himself on that catwalk.
Yeah.
I don't know if he knew he was.
I mean, he didn't do it intentionally necessarily. That's true.
That's pretty shocking.
Time to be brave.
Yeah.
Spaghetti.
How do we feel about, I guess, the portrayal of Timely? Obviously he has this kind of stutter that he uses and disguises at times. Like,
yeah.
I wasn't like too distracted by it, but it was a little. I don't know. I guess he's obviously trying to make a different character.
He's a little over the top. I mean, in the same way that I thought the Kang variants that we saw 5 seconds of in the Quantum Mania post credits were like, this is a little goofy. I thought Timely was a little goofy as well, but in a better way, where it's like he's almost intentionally goofy and campy. And as compared to certainly the Kang that we saw in Quantum Mania, who was all business. I thought he was fine. He didn't. I mean, the things that took me out of it weren't necessarily the performance, more just being like man, this guy might suck real bad, sort of thing. So that's always an unfortunate. This is not an equivalence necessarily, but you see Kevin Spacey pop up in things. It doesn't make you feel good inside. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean he's a bad actor. It doesn't mean that it can't be a good movie with him in it or without him in it. Here, I think they were stuck. I mean, they shot this show. They had planned it all out in advance. There was never really any conversation, it seems like, given to reshooting, and that makes sense. I mean, they've done the thing. He's in it quite prominently. Even if he's not like a major character, once he's in it, he's in it. He's not in it for an episode and gone.
I was a little surprised at how much his character, his character.
No, I still think
that was the plan.
Crisis at Marvel, blah blah blah. It's like, oh, Loki or Marvel is fucked after the finale of Loki. I'm like, no, they're not. There's still nothing in my brain that says you can't recast moving forward.
Yeah, exactly.
If you choose to go down that road, but
I think if it's like oh, you need a new Iron Man? That's pretty tough. You need a new Kang when you just established that there are thousands and really infinite number of Kangs. You can get another actor if you really want.
This is perhaps the one character where it's just like,
yeah,
it is literally baked into the nature of the character. So to have a bit of a different appearance than he might have had last time around. So we'll see. Obviously, again, to reiterate, we'll see how they obviously handle all that shit. But I think here, I thought it was fine. Didn't take me out of it. I actually think I like the He Who Remains performance better. Like, he's still bombastic and over the top, but in a
more captivating.
Yeah.
How does Loki control? How does he control his time slip?
Whatever. Practice makes
Magic?
perfect. I think.
Is he just
time?
Magic's a good answer.
So is that to say that that Loki's can control time, or is it?
I think I assume it's just
because
this
of
Loki,
the circumstances of this particular Loki that he is able to control time.
I think it's a little bit more of the latter of like, this is a variant that's like been to the TVA, already has that knowledge of different timelines and it's been around in time, and then something causes him to start slipping. Maybe it's just like being in different places that he shouldn't be, or taken out of his timeline. And I assume that he as a character is as powerful as Guardian with magic, that he can kind of use those powers.
Yeah. I think someone's upset. Bennett was not satisfied with your explanation
Bennett.
of
you didn't like it
of how Loki time slips or controls the time slips.
Yeah.
But
Bennett wants a better explanation.
Night, Bennett. And he's gone.
What was I talking about here?
I think you asked how Loki time slips.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm thinking it's got to be the circumstances. His body was tethered to something or whatever, and maybe the knowledge of it.
OB has the thing with the pens in the mug, and it's like, I don't know, maybe just.
Don't ask.
I'm not even. Honestly, I'm like, I'm going to start making some shit up, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I think there's probably a valid explanation that someone on Reddit has cooked up that certainly answers your question. And at the top of my head, even though I've seen it more recently than you guys, I don't really have like a firm grasp on like, this is why, this is how. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I know that he does. It's simple enough that he does. Apparently it's not about how or why, it's about who, and that's really nice. It's it's about his connection to people for whatever reason. But at a certain point, I think it's just a switch flipping of like, oh, I know how to do this, I guess. So the answer is I really don't know. But I also don't care. It was cool. It was fucking cool. It wasn't cool though.
What?
It wasn't cool.
What's that?
Sylvie's hair. They did her dirty.
That mullet was... Yeah.
It was a choice.
A little rough.
I think actually in general, if I had to lodge one complaint, I feel like Sylvie took a back seat in this season compared to the first season.
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's probably really the only thing that again, you could talk about some of the stuff we talked about, the timey-wimey stuff being a little overwhelming and perhaps nonsensical, or maybe totally sensical and just over my head. But yeah, that was, Sylvie kind of felt like, I don't know. I mean, obviously, she still meant a lot to Loki, and she was still an integral character. But I feel like she didn't have as much of a presence as she did in season 1.
So interesting in season 1, like maybe more interesting than Loki, the original, just because it's like a variant of Loki that then they fall in love with each other, but she's also like, I thought Sylvie in season 1 was one of the most interesting characters we've gotten in a while.
I think it's interesting that he realizes that she is a reflection of like his most selfish tendencies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's able to recognize that and then move on to what he needs to be. I think it's an important stepping stone for the character. So I don't know.
It really felt like,
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No. I was just going to say, it really feels like Sylvie particularly just kind of became more of the ensemble. Because I feel like we got elevated roles for Casey, for B-15, but probably about the same for Mobius. But a lot of this focus was on like, well, what were they before the TVA. For Sylvie, she doesn't really have a before the TVA because she was, snatched as a child, and so she's kind of the opposite experience of like,
really
I have broken away from the TVA, and now I'm just like, what do I do if I just have free will and live my life? And the answer is eat lots of food and work at McDonald's and have really bad hair and listen to records, listen to some records.
Sure.
Whereas B-15, is protecting these new timelines. Casey is kind of in the long line, but we get a lot more characterization, and you get the kind of the background of their characters. Of one's a doctor, one's fucking Alcatraz escapee, and then you have Mobius, who's what, Don? Is that what he is? Don. The jet ski salesman.
So
did you relate to that, Andrew? I mean, I know you don't sell jet skis and stuff, but how did you feel about
quick question about Mobius? He mentions that he had or has a wife, but is not there. And kind of with the timeline, do you think she was blipped, or this is just like kind of like a normal human type separation thing?
Yeah, probably the latter, but we could perhaps caused by the former,
Mm-hmm.
That's probably not a crazy scenario to think about, right? Like, if all of Hawkeye's kids didn't get blipped, then he would have been in that boat of being a single dad. So
the time at which he's selling jet skis, I feel like felt like the blip happened in like modern era. And I felt like he was.
I think it was actually pretty modern. I don't remember because it was a time.
I think that was 2022. I think that was like then modern, probably for when they filmed everything.
Okay.
Which I guess MCU timeline probably would place it in.
It would be like
probably the later steps
time
of the blip, but probably normalcy is restored. It's like it's like where we are now. It's like things are normal in the world, but also COVID still happened and it kind of fucked up our world, and you still see the repercussions and feel it, but things are fairly normal now. Maybe that's kind of where they're at, is like the blip happened, I think the blip is probably still a slightly bigger deal than COVID, to be fair, but I think the comparison is perhaps fair of just being like, this is a world altering sort of event that certainly changes lots of things. But at the end of the day, once you kind of figure out how to grapple with it, move on, deal with it, things kind of revert back to a sense of normalcy. So yeah, that's kind of my take on it. So I didn't necessarily get blip vibes from any of it. It wasn't quite like I feel like when Ant-Man comes back.
Yeah, right.
It's like sort of wastelandy sort of things where there's just this kid running around being like, "What are you fucking doing here, man?" Wasn't anything like that. So it's like, I don't know, man. I just like the Kansas City Chiefs, and I turn into an ant-sized man. Ant-Man. Ants. Ants. Incredible stuff. What else you guys got for Loki season 2? Loki in general. Anything else that comes to mind? We've been here a while. We've got some other things to talk about. We've certainly been here a while.
Episode 1 really sets the pace. I really like episode 1. That's pretty much.
No, I agree.
Anything about it particularly? Not to prolong the conversation, but just the tone and feel of it just feels like
the
back
tone
at home.
Visually,
everything's good.
Just really everything about episode 1 just.
I think it was a nice way of picking back up from the fuck you that season 1 left, of trapping Loki with, Kang is coming, Mobius doesn't know who he is, and then basically being like, oh no, he's in a different point in time before Mobius knows him. I thought that was a really clever way of handling that felt like if you go from, feeling the gut punch of the ending of season 1 to just jumping right into season 2, in the next 2, you watch it 1 minute after the other, it's like, oh yeah, that feels right. You really just kind of pick right back up. I thought that was a really good way of handling things.
Also really enjoyed the episode where you get all the variants of the people. Like one's the Alcatraz guy that's running away.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Enjoyed that
TV.
episode.
You see them all. You put them in the room together, which is kind of looks very similar to OB's TVA room or whatever.
Yeah, where he's selling books.
Yeah, that's right. I would read it, man. I mean, it sounded pretty cool.
I just thought it was hilarious that he would go buy his books that he placed in the bookstore, and he's like, "Yeah, this guy's really good." I was like, "How could you not feel for him? He's just trying to, get."
What a charming guy.
It's like I guess it's the equivalent of like playing your own YouTube videos,
I'm guilty. Guilty as charged. I've listened to this podcast before. Well, I listen to it every time I edit, but I've also listened to it separately. I will have to confess that fact right now. Mostly to revisit things that I said 3 years ago. I'm just like, I don't know if I agree with that.
So I also really enjoyed the episode where, shit, what episode was it? I can see it in my head.
Well, there's not that many options. Yeah.
I can't quite remember.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of get the setup.
1970s, 1890s.
Yeah, they go back to the 1800s.
TVA, a lot of TVA episodes, obviously.
There's the big what the fuck moment when Timely
where everything
gets wiped out.
Oh,
and then and then the big one of like, they lost, or like they couldn't fix the TVA. Like everything just, that was episode 5, I think.
Yeah, 4 or 5.
End of 4, maybe.
Might have been the end of 4, and then
yeah, that was like
I think because 5 is him assembling everything to get back to that.
That was a big WTF moment.
That's where he's Is that the episode where he like goes back and learns physics?
Yeah, I think 5 is where he does that. You know, because he finds the regular QE the sci-fi writer, and basically, like, what do I need to do?
I did
wish that part was a little bit longer, like almost have like a whole episode dedicated to just finding the different people, and then another episode getting it. So I think this didn't suffer from the typical short season issue. Maybe just because the episodes are a little bit longer, but like maybe one more episode, I think could have been really well paced.
I guess you know 7. I guess what I really like is every Aaron Moorhead and Justin Benson episode.
Which is all the TVA stuff, really, because you have 2 and 3, which are kind of the let's go to a new time and setting, but 1, 4, 5, and 6 are really super TVA focused. I mean, I guess 5 has the assembling, you know, the non-TVA versions of the TVA people, so there's a little bit outside of that, but those are really, really big TVA focused episodes, I feel like.
Yeah.
And I mean, they really just have the right type of sensibilities for this show, for this type of show even. I think that's I don't disagree. So yeah,
it's good stuff, man. It's very different.
It's really fucking good.
I think there's so many things you can point to it, but when you start off with an interesting story, it's just everything. You know, if you then put good ingredients, you know, I don't know, it's like the good recipe, and then you then come up with the good ingredients, and then it just makes a great dish. And I think you had just a lot of the things worked well on this, and yeah, really
you gotta have good,
really big fan.
Writers is what you need. You need people that
understand. Pay them good money.
It's almost like you should maybe pay writers for the work that they do because of all the things that they.
Interesting concept.
Create.
Interesting.
You know, that's just, I don't know. Yeah. It seems like a novel concept, but what do I know?
Yeah, no, I think the lesson is, it's easier said than done. Get the right people involved, give them time to cook, let them cook, and that's it. That's all you need.
Get people that are, because like you're talking about Secret Invasion, like there's some quality in that project, right? Like, so it's. Maybe you didn't have a good recipe to start with, and then you still put in good ingredients. You got Samuel Jackson and all these other amazing actors, but it's just
totally.
It's
just
it's
felt
not
like
the same.
They didn't have the story down, you know, or they did, and they decided halfway through, we got to change it for this reason, that reason. Right. I don't know. Whereas here it was very much, you know, and I don't know. Maybe it's just because
they didn't bring
this was a hands-off sort of thing. I don't know. You know, where it's just like you're getting weird and out there with shit. Just take it as far as you want to take it, and we'll let you. I think it just really just comes down to having the right people with the right vision and just kind of letting them, you know, giving them the tools to execute it in the way that it needs to be executed. Again, maybe it sounds like I'm saying something obvious, and maybe I am, but. You know, you see it when you let people kind of just do their thing more often than not. It turns out good. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah. Is that it? Loki season 2. Have we done it?
Right. No.
I think that's a good place to put a pin in it. Highly recommend folks check out Loki on Disney Plus. Whether you've watched any of it, and certainly if you watch season 1, you've got no reason to avoid season 2.
Yeah, definitely.
Should just get into it. But if you haven't watched any of it, it's out there. It's a little weird. It's a little crazy. But it's definitely worth your time. So and it's only 12 episodes. You know, it's a very, very long movie when you put it all together that way. But it's very good. So so there you have it, Loki. All right, well, it's been a while since Andrew and I recorded a regular episode, and certainly it's been a long time since we've had you on with us, Henrique, as well. So who wants to talk about what they've been up to lately that's not the Marvels and Loki Season 2?
Well, I can tell you what I've been up to.
All right.
Yeah.
That's why I asked. I want to hear about it.
So I have been reading Stephen Fry's Mythos trilogy.
Oh.
Okay.
And,
so where are you at now?
Finished Heroes and started Troy by reading. I mean, listening.
Audiobooks. Sure.
Audiobooks. I do have the books in case occasionally I'll want to like see the spelling of a particular name or whatever. I can reference the material, which is pretty cool. They're lovely books. They're very nice. But anyways, so Mythos, the first book is kind of, there's a lot of content and it's all kind of like bite-sized. Where Heroes has slightly longer stories. It's more of like the greatest hits of prominent heroic figures in Greek mythology. I enjoyed that one more than I enjoyed listening to Mythos because it I don't know, they felt more like long stories, you know, because you follow the birth to the death of a particular hero. Troy, however, is like the next step up in long form story. And I think I like Troy the most out of all three. I have these long-term characters that I can follow to one particular end, and it's all like one big long story.
Paris?
Yes, I've met Paris. Paris got to judge who was the fairest between Aphrodite, Athena, and Queen Hera.
These are the things that we talked about a little bit when we talked about the movie Troy.
Yes.
The things that did not make it into the movie, shall we say, because there were no gods.
Yeah, Paris was he was raised as a humble herder because his parents received his parents his biological mom had this dream that she gave birth to a torch, apparently, and it was burning the city.
It's no good.
And she's like, "What does this dream mean?" And the guy says, one of the oracle or whatever says, it means it's going to be the death of Troy. It's going to fuck everybody up. Everybody's going to die. So, when we have this baby, we're just going to have to murder it. We're going to have to kill it for the good of Troy. So they give birth to the baby, and the baby's perfect. Like, we can't kill this baby. So let's call our herdsman in. Herdsman, come in here. So they call him in there, and they say, listen, kill this baby for the good of Troy, but keep it a secret. And so he looks at the baby. The baby's perfect. I can't kill this baby. And so he goes and puts it on a mountain, leaves it there for 3 days or whatever, and then comes back, and the baby's still alive because a fucking bear was nursing this baby. And he's like, the baby has to live. I'm going to call it Backpack Baby or whatever. And backpack in Greek means peri, I think. And then over time, his name became Paris. And anyways.
How does the book or the audiobook like read? Like, is it, I guess, is this like a heavier kind of older style? It's obviously like his retelling of it, right? So is it
like the style, you mean?
Yeah.
So I would say it's definitely like a modern interpretation.
Okay, more modern, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like
That sounds very interesting.
It's very fun to listen to.
Okay.
Stephen Fry is just like
Does he read it?
He reads it, yeah.
Okay.
He reads it. Everybody's got like a British accent. Some people sound Scottish, and it's really fun. Like the herdsman that takes Paris and like saves Paris and raises him as his own. He sounds like a Scotsman, which is pretty fun. It's definitely a whole lot of fun to listen to. There's a lot of content. Like, I mean, I could probably retain a lot more if I don't know I don't know the guy that saved Paris's name, but I know Paris. I think I know the parents of who is going to be the parents of Achilles, which is pretty cool. You pull out the big names,
That's cool.
and he tells it in a very I don't know, it's a really fun book to listen to, but he goes into a lot of depth. It's just how much can you pull out on your 15-minute drive to work or whatever, So anytime there's anything that's really interesting that I would like to look up or really like to retain, like Jason and the Argonauts in the Heroes book is a story that I really enjoyed that book, that story of Jason. I thought that was awesome. And the Golden Fleece, Jason and the Golden Fleece. It's cool thing. It's all really cool, but some things stick out, and then you want to look them up and retain a little bit more or whatever. Definitely worth a listen. Definitely worth a read if you're into mythology and such. It's pretty cool. I have started Die Hard with my lovely wife Sarah.
For Christmas or just because? For Christmas,
yep. She says there's no Christmas movie named Die Hard, and I said there most certainly is, and it's incredible.
Okay, so that's
and it kind of took like she was kind of we started it, and I got like 3/4 of the way through, and she was like doing homework, but she was listening to it, and she goes, "Oh, that sounded pretty good. I'd like to watch that." So I'm going to rewatch it and get 2 Die Hards this Christmas, and that's always a good Christmas present.
Yeah. Well, and then if you want, you got like 4 more after that.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I'm at least down for the first 3. They get a little hairy after that, but the first 3 I can watch pretty good.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't remember past the first one.
I think the second. I
never saw the 5th one.
Second one was in an airport. Third one has Samuel L. Jackson, I think.
Third one has Samuel L. Jackson. That's true. Third one was a not Die Hard movie that they kind of turned into a Die Hard movie, but I think people like that one. I think probably second best overall. And the 4th one is where they kind of...
Is that Die Hard with a Vengeance? Is that the one with the walrus?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know about any walruses. But,
the guy that plays in that walrus movie. Where he gets...
yes. It is Mr. Tusk himself, Justin Long, Mr. Apple himself. And that, that one's like cyber hacking.
There's a story about a walrus.
PG-13. It kind of loses it. And then the 5th one, I never saw. Yeah.
So it's a good franchise for a little while, anyways. So we started that, which is I haven't finished Die Hard. I haven't seen Die Hard in a long time, but I haven't finished it this in the things that I've been doing yet. I've gotten pretty far, and I can tell you that it's truly a very well-made movie. It's there's a reason why it's renowned. It's really good. So I'm really enjoying watching that. I've been watching a show called Ted Lasso, which is blowing my season 1. I think I'm like 6 episodes in, I think 6 or 7. I started it on I don't know, Saturday or Sunday. And I just didn't stop. Like, it just blew my socks off. It's an incredible show. It's really fucking good.
Yeah.
So I am really excited to wrap up season 1 of Ted Lasso, and I am happy to say that one, I mean, I've heard about it and everybody says it's really good, but
it is, but...
yeah, it's well placed praise. Yeah, it's really good. And I think that's pretty much all I've been up to. Just work and helping raise a baby, being a father to a baby. He's a happy little baby, so that's good. We had Thanksgiving, right? Have we talked about that? Have we recorded since Thanksgiving?
No. This is our first post Thanksgiving episode. You had quite the excursion, I think.
Yeah, I'll try to blow through this quick. We went to Blue Ridge, Georgia, for Thanksgiving. We left Friday after work and just drove on up, and we went to Vogel National Park in Georgia, which was a lot of fun. I rode my motorcycle, which was a lot of fun.
Vogel National Park?
Yeah, it's just like a little park in Georgia.
It's a national park?
I think so. Maybe it's a state park.
I didn't know I didn't know there were national parks in Georgia. The East Coast, I feel like it's kind of lacking.
Now you got me thinking. I gotta look it up. I thought it was a national park, but maybe it would make sense if it was a state park because it was kind of small.
You said it was small, yeah. So
it is a state park, Vogel State Park. I did, however, found when we were riding motorcycles, we found we happened to cross a ranger training school in the middle of the mountains in Georgia, and that was pretty cool. So that's neat. It's where the Rangers train. And then we left and we went over to Highlands, Georgia to spend time with Sarah's family in Highlands, North Carolina, I should say. And we celebrated Thanksgiving there with a bunch of her family. And
I think you're underselling how much a bunch is.
It was like 45 people. Like it was a healthy
That's a lot.
It was a healthy Thanksgiving. It was so much
big
fun.
Deal.
Wow,
it's 900 turkeys, man.
We made. God, did we make 8 turkeys?
That's a
8
lot of
turkeys.
There was turkeys and there's hams.
That's intense.
Maybe it was 5 turkeys and 3 hams. I don't know. We made a shit ton of food. A lot of food. A lot of food was consumed. Yeah. So that's pretty much what I've been up to. I've been talking too much, so somebody else take over.
All right, Henrique, I'm going to kick it to you.
Okay, sure. I'll try to think back on like the last time I caught up with you on the officially on the podcast.
It's been a while.
The Guardians.
So,
oh man, you've probably been up to a whole lot since then.
So I will
skipped
keep
right
it,
over Secret Invasion.
I will,
so
I will
I think Guardians.
I will shorten it and put in things that I've been doing that are worth noting, and then things I recommend. Right. So this falls in a category of both. We took a trip to Ireland back in September for a short week, and highly recommend it. I just really enjoyed the country. So we spent time in the Republic of Ireland, and then very briefly in Northern Ireland. Like we took a day trip, do a guided tour, and it's obviously not enough. Oh, so politically, huge difference. So Republic of Ireland is like the most of the island and the general southern part. And then Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom. So they go with the Queen. Republic of Ireland fought for their independence. They're an independent country.
It's the king now.
The king now, exactly.
So Southern Ireland seceded from Northern Ireland.
From the United Kingdom.
Okay.
Yeah. So and Ireland's been occupied so many times, between the British and the Vikings coming over and even originally the Celts. So I love learning history, like when you go to a place, because like learning history from a book is one thing, and then like being there, I think just makes you more motivated to learn about the place. And so getting some of the culture and the history was really interesting. It definitely rains a lot. I think that's not a hyperbole. We would go and it would be sunny, then windy, then rain, and everything, like all in one day.
Oh,
and you just
kind
of be ready for it. But just like really enjoyable place to be. We spent a little bit of time in Dublin. We took the trip out to Northern Ireland, and then also like, I think probably not as big of a difference as the politics now, but still a huge difference. Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland like diverge on religion as well, between like the Protestants and the Catholics, and that's a huge divide between. So even when we took a day trip out to Belfast, like it just used to be like divided in half between the Protestants and the Catholics, and it sounds like to this day, when like things end, people just go to different sides of the town. And it's like,
Man.
I'm going back to the Catholic side, going back to the Protestant side. And our tour guide is from Ireland, and he talks about how he still like at times felt like some issues of discrimination and stuff, which is kind of wild to think of like such a similar group of people who just still to this day have huge conflicts. And obviously they talk a lot about the troubles from the 60s and such, but really interesting.
It's amazing that people are still fighting over Catholicism and
yeah, I mean, I think it's gotten a lot better. Like you hear stories about how and I think Kenneth Branagh did his movie Belfast about like growing up in Belfast in Northern Ireland and all that. But it sounds like to this day there's still some conflict to the point where they don't fly any flags on the city hall in Belfast because they don't want to like have people feel a certain way. Yeah.
Wow.
So
I had no idea.
It's just being everyone gets along for the most part, but it sounds like there's still a lot of very recent history there, and then naturally just really beautiful island between the mountain ranges, the sea, and everything. I think Southern Ireland was probably my favorite place of all my favorite places. Just the Ring of Kerry in particular, just going through like mountains and the seaside, just really enjoyed it, and everyone was really just like kind and patient. I don't think I honked at once. We rented a car there, and you drive on the opposite side of the road from what we're used to in America. And, I'm driving slow because there's these tiny roads and you're just very windy, and there's giant trucks that come at you. And then all the locals are like speeding through, and not once did someone honk at me. And literally the first day I get back to Philadelphia, I'm at a stoplight for, I kid you not, 1 to maybe 2 seconds, and I already get a honk.
Welcome to America.
Just like
once we entered
we
Florida,
have very little patience here.
We started getting flicked off when we entered Florida.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I didn't get one. I will say the one negative thing was we had a booking to Skellig Michael or Octo, the island of Luke Skywalker, and it was so windy, which I don't think is that abnormal, that it was unsafe to go, and we could only take
because you can only
pictures.
get there by like what, helicopter? You have to take
you do boats, but the sea conditions were too unstable. They canceled it.
You have to get there somehow safely.
Yeah, which apparently the monks got there. Like they used to be like true monks, which I thought was really cool because monks are kind of like Jedis, and they would just take the little rowboats and go out there and just be by themselves and the puffins, and they'd write their book of Kells and
they're called
read about Jesus and all that. So really, really great, enjoyable experience.
Yeah, sounds awesome. Definitely on the bucket list for me.
Yeah.
Hopefully not literal bucket list, like when I'm ready to kick the bucket before I get over there.
But at some point, I will say like part of the reason we went was because they had direct flights from Philly. So Aer Lingus just straight to Philly, very reasonably. We got mostly miles. Aer Lingus.
Aer Lingus. Okay.
Yeah. It's a little clover. But yeah, very easy to get to from the East Coast at least. And definitely recommend. We took a very...
What else? What else has been going on?
We did a very quick trip up to Corning, New York, kind of upstate New York for a half marathon, and got to enjoy wine country a little bit, which was a pretty cool place. We got to enjoy fall.
Is that Finger Lakes area? Or
yeah, exactly. Else? We stayed in the Finger Lakes. We got some good wine. It was very good wine, I will say. Like I, again, have not been impressed by East Coast wine. This was quite good, I will say. I'm not a wine connoisseur or anything, but quite enjoyed it. So that's kind of the main things we've been doing. Now it's Christmas time. We've been doing some Christmas Village and things like that here in Philly and such, trying to get in the Christmas spirit. Haven't been watching too many Christmas movies yet. I think we'll get to that. But in terms of things that we've been doing that I can recommend, with the Eagle season going on, to watch the Kelsey documentary. That was really great. I think even if you're not an Eagles fan, it definitely focuses more on Jason Kelsey than Travis Kelsey.
Taylor fans are up in arms.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he'll get his own thing when I don't want to jinx it, but when he and Taylor break up and he has a song about him.
Or when they tie the knot.
Shame!
And defy all
Oh my gosh! Jesus!
Just saying, he's gonna get a song.
Why would you put that in the fucking universe right now? With all the shit going on in the world, you want to see those two break up? Oh my! God.
I didn't say I want to. I'm just saying if it happens or when it happens.
You said when. You said when it happens.
But he's obviously in it because it's
we'll see.
The Kelsey
we'll
brothers.
See what happens?
Yeah, but
that was good.
Yeah, that's a good enjoyable one. I started but haven't finished the Swamp Kings documentary on Netflix about the Gators.
The Gators.
Yeah, so
it's championship era.
So
Urban Meyer, Tim Tebow.
Yeah, it's like it covers like 2005, 2009, 10. Kind of the glory days, and
I've heard it's very sanitized.
Yeah, like yeah, I think they cover some of the arrests and things, but they obviously put most people in a positive light. But they don't. I will say, it makes me in a way kind of like him, but not for. They make Urban Meyer look like the true sociopath that he is, but like in like a whiplash kind of way of like, I am so demanding and such a bully that I get results.
Sometimes they kick kickers and get fired from the NFL.
Yeah. So he definitely is like that, but he did get us 2 national championships. So
2 championships, baby.
So
glory days.
I almost wonder if
15
maybe,
years ago.
It's been a little while.
Andrew's over there being like, well, this year's not working.
You're like, I guess we can't get a 3-peat.
I've got some recency here to relax with. So
yeah, but I almost wonder if our current coaching staff is too nice. Is made me a little concerned.
Yeah, they should be beating the shit out of these kids.
Yeah, man, you got an 18-year-old, you gotta fucking put him in the ground and see who survives. Oh god, no, but it's interesting, and I've heard that the rest of the episodes are good. So for now, I will recommend it. But other things that I've started and haven't finished, I started Scott Pilgrim Takes Off on Netflix. The anime. The anime about Scott Pilgrim, done by a Japanese studio and everything, but with all the original voice actors from the Edgar Wright live action.
Yeah,
which is really cool.
So you get everybody coming back. It's great, honestly. I think episode 1 is very much like the movie. So you're like, okay, like I've seen this before. This is fun to see in anime form. And then it switches. And it's a different story. I think that's when it gets really interesting.
Okay.
And
that sounds fun.
I think I could have watched an entire series of just doing an anime version of the movie or the comics. But this is clearly a new story, and I think it's interesting so far. So I'm really curious to see how they're going to finish it.
Feels more interesting than just doing the same thing over again.
Yeah, exactly. You could see the same thing from different point of view.
Yeah. No, I definitely want to watch that on the list for sure.
The whole like Lucas Lee episode, and he just has like a theme song where he's just like, whatever. And he's just like riding a skateboard, just like wrecking through Hollywood. And he's like, whatever, man. You're like, Lucas, you're not going to get any more like leading actor roles if you don't clean up your act. And he's like, whatever, man. And then just like keeps skateboarding. And I'm like, God damn it. Like Chris Evans was like really into this. I feel like everyone's just kind of excited to be back. When you see interviews of people from the movie, it seems like they really, really enjoyed their time with it. Yeah. So hopefully it finishes well.
Got everyone back. I mean, I'm sure money helps, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm sure money
not everyone
helps.
would come back
Netflix
if they,
money.
Right. Yeah, so.
But last thing I'll have to shout out and recommend. Again, I have not finished this, but I am in the middle, probably getting closer to the later stages of the Insomniac Spider-Man 2 video game on PS5.
Yeah.
And I think if you like the first one, this is just as good, if not maybe even better. Like, just everything that is good about the first one is even better in this one. The swinging, now you have gliding. You get to play with Peter and Miles.
If there's one reason that this is better than the first one, is because the web wings are a huge monumental,
they're so cool,
upgrade.
It's just so fun to glide around like
city.
I think I really liked Miles Morales, but there were no new mechanics about it. I guess there were, like, we know his Venom powers.
Well, yeah, different powers, but it was kind of, I mean, it was a shorter version of the first game, was sold for less money, but it was always kind of like an in-between kind of game, whereas this is the full-fledged sequel where you get both
this one feels like
the longer story.
Yeah, it truly feels
kind of the gameplay
like a
upgrades.
Sequel. And the web gliding is so much fun to go around the city. And the map is huge. Like, you're going through Manhattan, you're going to Queens,
right? Because
you're going to Brooklyn.
Yeah, they expanded the map from the first game too, whereas Miles was the same one. So, yeah.
So, just huge upgrades.
Can you swing with realism all the way up?
I haven't tried. So, I was telling Andrew, you can change the swinging mechanics to make it like 10, which is like 10 assists, which is what the games normally are at, to like a 0 assist, where it's supposed to be like fully physics based. And I think I'm at like a 3 or a 4, and it's definitely like sometimes I'm like, woo, swinging very much to the right or like very much to the left. If I'm not like, I'm trying to go in a straight line, I'm kind of like going back and forth, which does make an element of fun into it. It's like, makes it a little bit real. I haven't tried it 0. Maybe I did once, but it definitely like you kind of swing into the buildings a little bit.
Yeah.
So not quite as easy.
You got to learn the ropes,
Yeah.
Just like any Spider-Man.
Learn the webs.
Yeah.
Learn the webs.
But I'm not finished. It's, if you've seen the marketing material, it's clearly very Craven and Venom focused. And I think that they're both great additions to the game, and the story ties in very well. Like, I'm really into the Peter story. I'm really into the Miles story, and they're both come together, but also are different in very ways. And a lot of the Miles stuff, I find myself like resonating with a lot. So I'll share some like more spoilery thoughts at a later point, but I think it's just like a true Spider-Man property.
The first game was so good.
Yeah.
And this is, and the same with it, Loki season 2 was more of the same but good. This is that, but it's
just
in
doing
video
more.
game ways. You're years beyond where just everything feels better. It looks better, obviously, because it's and more updated engine and it's just more of the same in the best way possible, with new story, characters moving along, and with whatever's going on. Yeah, I'd like to do a more spoilery conversation sometime down the road, but
sure.
I'm definitely behind even where you are in the game. So,
okay.
Yeah.
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 I don't know exactly where I'm at, but definitely some great things and some great boss battles and great enemies and the stuff. I think, especially with Miles recently between Spider-Verse and this, I think, and in his case, like some of the similarities in the story, like him dealing with some of the trauma in his past and like reconciling with what happened to his dad in the first game and trying to move on. It's very powerful, and I think is done in a very, very meaningful and interesting way. So been a huge fan of the game, and I'm excited to finish it, but I'm also like, I always get a little nervous at the end of a really good game of like what happens when I finish this and I don't have any more. So,
did you ever finish Tears of the Kingdom? Because that's my plan, is to go right back to that.
I actually haven't. I have two more like temples or whatever you want to call them to go through. So I do have that to go back to after I finish this. Yeah. And Star Wars.
Maybe
Fallen,
Jedi Survivor.
Yeah.
I finished that one.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah, I need to go back and finish that one and talk to you about it.
I now own that, but I have not played it yet. That's a probably post Tears of the Kingdom kind of game for me. Or maybe simultaneously. We'll see how it works out. But post Spider-Man 2 for sure.
But those are the main things I have to shout out, yeah.
Okay. I wasn't saying anything else. That sounds like that's a no. I think I'm just going to pick up where you are with Spider-Man 2.
Mm-hmm.
Just offer some quick thoughts. I mean, I agree with everything you said. Really, really enjoy it. Highly recommend it. Obviously, if you have the ability to play it with the PS5, it's just so much fun. It really is just so much fun, and the mechanics are just so much fun to just swing around in, glide around in, and that's like the joy. Like, I give Anna the controller and she just fucking swings around for like 15 minutes. She doesn't care about the story. She doesn't want to get involved in combat. Oh, there's a crime going on over here. Oh, well, someone's going to die. That's fine. I'm just going to go swing.
Someone's going to get branded.
Yeah, pretty much. I realized I never finished the DLC from the first game, and there's a side quest storyline in the second game that involves a character from the first game, and I'm like, I am so lost. So I've actually been going back, and what I tried to do was play the DLC from the Spider-Man remaster, the PS5 version, but I realized you have to get to a certain point in the game, and I did that, and then I started playing it from the main menu, but then I realized it carries over all your skills from where you are in the game, and I was like an hour into the game, and so I had no skills, and so I got shot like 3 times and died, and I'm like, I'm not doing this, because it's one of those things, all the enemies are punch sponges, and it takes, 10 hits to kill them, and you get shot 3 times. I'm like, I'm not playing this on a ridiculous difficulty. I'm just not doing it. So I've been watching the cutscenes and stuff kind of stitched together on YouTube to kind of fill it out. I played the first of the 3 DLCs, but I didn't finish the second one, and I definitely didn't even touch the third one. So I could play it on the PS4, but then I'd have to go back to the old Peter face, and I think I'm finally at the point where I'm used to new Peter face, and I don't want to break my brain again. So that's my rationale. So I've been treating the Spider-Man, The City That Never Sleeps DLC as a movie. So that's the first movie that I'm talking about, is The City That Never Sleeps. I'm about halfway through it.
Which one's got Silver Sable?
Well, she's in the main game, but she's the third focus, on the DLC. Yeah, so.
Okay.
Also, with like the people sponges, how are they not all dead? Like, especially when you get some of the Venom powers, like, I'm just straight up murdering these people. Like, they're all, like, if not dead, like, coma, permanently paralyzed. Like, I am just, like, smacking them.
No kill policy stands.
Just, they're all dead. Everyone's dead.
Yeah. Anyway, so, little Spider-Man for me, but more to come, certainly. I've got a lot more game. Craven's made his introduction in the story. The symbiote has popped up, but that's kind of where I'm at. So I think I'm fairly early on in the story, before shit really hits the fan anyway. Last mission I did was a Coney Island mission.
Nice. That's a good one.
That will mean something for people that watch that. And that was really cool. I got to go on a roller coaster. It was sick, dude.
Yeah, he was like, put your hands up.
But yeah, we celebrated Thanksgiving. It was pretty low key, certainly relative to Andrew's 900,000 people event. It was 4 of us up in New York. But we've adhered to our traditional Thanksgiving and post Thanksgiving movie watching traditions. We watched Moulin Rouge, which is Anna's favorite movie, and we always watch it on Thanksgiving. And it's good every year. It's a really powerful movie about love, freedom, beauty.
How did it become a Thanksgiving tradition? I'm just curious.
Ooka booka share ce soir.
There it is. That has to make an appearance every year too. We'll make sure that she hears that as well.
Ooh, my Mona Lisa tonight.
I believe that she first watched it on a Thanksgiving when she was, I can't remember where she was, but I think she said the first time she watched it was like almost not quite halfway, maybe like 20-30 minutes in, so she missed kind of the beginning and just kind of fell in love. I think she saw it obviously at an impactful time in her life, and it just kind of stuck, and so yeah, just one of those things that she just kind of made it her own tradition, and then I adopted the tradition obviously by marrying her. So yeah, no, it's really good. I do recommend it. We have the Blu-ray. It might be streaming somewhere, but it's a very chaotic, frenetic, colorful movie, jukebox musical thing with lots of fun riffs on songs. It's good. I really do enjoy it. The first viewing is an experience. It's a bit of a trip, but seeing it every year, kind of, I appreciate something different about it. It's one of those things. Our usual post Thanksgiving movie is Miracle, which is the hockey movie about the U.S. Olympic team, the Miracle team that beat the Soviets in 1970-ish. I don't fucking remember. Basically a team of amateurs that, overcome all the odds, blah, 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 to spoil the ending. It's real life, so it's fine. But it's really good. It's one of the Anna has been contending that it's like the best sports movie. And I haven't quite been ready to make the same claim necessarily. 1980 Winter Olympics, gold medal hockey team. But it's really well done. The hockey stuff is good. The characters themselves are good. Kurt Russell plays Herb Brooks, who's the coach, and Kurt Russell's fantastic, as he is in many things, if not all things. And that's on Disney Plus, so you can stream that. Would recommend that. Last movie for me is a movie called Waitress, which I had never seen before. Anna had seen before. It's like a quirky sort of comedy, dramedy sort of thing. About a waitress who makes pie. She works at a pie diner, and she kind of visualizes things by making new recipes for pie, and she's stuck in an abusive relationship with her husband, and she finds out that she's pregnant, and basically goes through the trials and tribulations of being pregnant while dealing with an abusive husband, and just not having the life that she wants for herself. And it's touching, it's breezy, it's a fun kind of movie, and it's a sad real life analog to the movie, because the director of the movie, who was also one of the co-stars in the movie, Adrian Shelley, was murdered before the movie actually came out, I think.
Oh, shit.
It was a really fucked up thing. So yeah, it's basically kind of like her last work, and it's one of those classic things of a really promising talent cut short. But they adapted it to a musical for Broadway with Sarah Bareilles, I think, doing the book and music for it. And we're seeing a filmed version of the Broadway musical in just a few days' time. So that's why we watched the original, is because we're going to see the Broadway version, not on Broadway, although we are going to Broadway soon, but not for that. I don't think they're doing it on Broadway anymore. I think they closed the show around 2020. So. But they filmed a version of it, clearly. Now, on the TV side of things, I'm almost done. We finally finished season 3 of The Boys. We were super late to the party. But we did it. Soldier Boy and Homelander and everyone getting involved. Business. Homelander's lasering that fucking guy in half at the end.
The fucking penis man.
The penis man?
That was a little excessive.
Yeah, Hero-gasm and all that good stuff. It's really good. I mean, The Boys continues to be really good.
Yeah.
We this is the slowest I think I've ever watched a TV show. It was literally months between episodes at times. I think because it was a little overwhelming. Like, I think I probably could have watched it all in a fairly quick succession, but it was always like, once you finished an episode, you're just like, I don't need the next one right away. I need a minute. Here. Like, that was how most episodes were. And they really just keep upping the ante with The Boys. So season 4 is next year. And Gen V came out.
Coming out soon.
Gen V is the spinoff about college superheroes, and apparently it's pretty good. And ties in pretty neatly with the rest of the Boys-averse. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna go to it right away. We're watching other shit, but yeah, I think we will probably give Gen V maybe a look before season 4 comes out. I don't think we have a date for season 4 yet, just next year. But yeah, I think Gen V might be on the list of things that like probably would have skipped over if it wasn't any good, but apparently it is. So maybe we'll watch it. We've watched a lot of ER, and so I'm basically a doctor now too. So yeah, deal with it. That's good. I mean, it's a little melodramatic, and I don't know how medically accurate it all is. I can't speak to that, certainly. But, like a legal procedural is kind of fun, even if it's not exactly accurate. I feel like this is kind of that, and this is obviously a throwback show from the 90s. You got some, heartthrob George Clooney in his prime. No, we're enjoying it. It's like the background noise show in our life right now. I think we've blazed through several seasons. I don't watch every episode. Anna just has it on, and I go in and out. It's a good in and out kind of show for me. But I find myself getting sucked in quite frequently. So yeah, a lot of VR. We're on season 3, maybe halfway through. And then non-TV, movie, video game stuff. Henrique and I saw Tool live in concert.
Shit! I didn't even mention that. Yeah.
Which I think is worth mentioning because it was a pretty damn good show. They sounded great. It was loud.
Yeah.
Nice and loud, the way you want it to be.
Play good songs, good set list.
Good set list.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard
heavy.
to pick bad songs, probably. But.
I think if I had to, choose my own personal Tool set list, I'd always probably choose stuff from the older albums more prominently. But given that they're touring the new album, which the quote unquote new album, which is not that new anymore,
like 4 years old now.
It's new for them because they go, at this point they go decades between recording. No, it was good. It was a great light show, great visuals and everything. Kind of what you'd expect out of a Tool show. The way I describe it is it like just makes you feel high just by being in the room.
It's fucking trip fest. Just...
Like it's just so trippy that you don't even need to be I mean, I had a beer or two to be fair, but like you don't really need to have the enhancement. Now, I'm sure you could have the enhancement of other substances and certainly have a good time. And I have to imagine there were plenty of folks in that room that were doing just that. But yeah, no, it really just does take you to a different headspace, which is cool. And on the subject of music stuff, I read The Storyteller by Dave Grohl. I finished it. Finally, I'd been kind of slowly churning my way through it, and I did finish it. And it's a really, really great book. Really, I mean, Dave Grohl's, I think, a very charismatic, interesting figure,
pretty
musician,
cool
person. Yeah. Cool dude for sure. I think the audiobook is probably great. I read it. I didn't actually listen to it, but I believe he narrates the audiobook of it.
He does, yeah. So
I think that probably gives it a little different character than reading it. Although it's one of those things I can read it and hear him, if that makes sense. But really good. A lot of awesome stuff about his, background in Scream, Nirvana, Foo Fighters, Queens of the Stone Age, Crooked Vultures, Reshoots,
yeah.
Stuff. I don't have a problem. Problem is I don't have a fresh fucking pot. But highly recommend it. Really, really good. I guess autobiography. And then I've been Dave Grohling about myself a little bit. I've been taking some drum lessons.
Oh shit!
Been taking about 5 lessons thus far, and so I know how to play the entire catalog of Tool and the Foo Fighters.
Holy shit!
No,
accelerated classes.
My last lesson, I played to the beat of "We Will Rock You," which is a very complex drum beat of. So anyway, I'm really good at it now. But no, it's interesting. It's good. I consider myself self-taught by Rock Band, and so this is getting the. I've learned how to read music in a way that I literally was never capable of before, I think Rock Band was a solid preparation. My grip on the sticks wasn't totally fucked up. I didn't have to reteach myself how to hold sticks. Bass pedal has been a little bit different. He's teaching me how to play it a little bit differently than I had been playing on my own.
Well, did he ask you to show? Hey, Colton, show me your stuff. Show me what you can do.
Yeah.
Bust out some rock band shit.
I don't think it was quite that intense, but
not my fucking tempo.
Yeah, bust out a little caravan right at the beginning. Didn't quite do that. No. But yeah, the hardest thing is just staying in time. That's the tricky thing, is not speeding up and slowing down and fucking things up, or the bass pedal's like a split second too late.
Yeah.
And, those are the sorts of things where I'm trying to work out the kinks, but it's fun. It's like I do it every other week. Just a guy in
no big deal.
In South
playing
Philly.
Drums and shit.
Yeah, he's got a cool setup. He has 2 drum sets in his basement, so he can kind of play alongside each other, and it's pretty no frills sort of. You're there to kind of have fun and learn, and the ultimate goal is, hey, learn how to play some songs. No, I'd love sometime down the road to have my own drum set, but I live in a fucking apartment building. That's not happening anytime soon. So one day,
go
maybe,
play that
but,
drum set.
For now. And for now, I play his drum set. Maybe I'll pop into a Sam Ash or something like that, and just
get some buckets. We'll see you on YouTube. Get you play some fucking buckets and shit.
I could do some buckets. I got a practice pad that I can bang around on for now, so I can do that from home. And I actually do practice with the Rock Band bass pedal. That's my practice pedal. So
there you go.
Beatles Rock Band practice pedal. So anyway, we've been here far longer than I hoped,
always.
Maybe anticipated that we would be, but welcome to the Watch, Review, Repeat tradition, I guess. I don't even know what to say. That's how we do things. It's just how it goes. 4 hours, baby. Here we are. We had a lot to talk about. I did it to myself. I'm the one that put all the news in there. I'm the one that put the trailers in there. I'm the one that said, why don't we talk about 2 Marvel things? Oh, and also add a third person into the mix. This could go one of 2 ways. Really great or really great. And you know what? It turned out really great.
There you go.
Just really lengthy. Just really lengthy. But, you know.
Yeah. No one ever said really lengthy's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Always
no, Martin Scorsese loves lengthy. James Cameron loves lengthy, you know?
So do the ladies.
Oh, I wondered if that's where you were going. Now that Bennett's out of the room, you think you can get all nasty with this sort of business, but that's not what we're about here. We don't use swear words. We don't do anything that would
keep it PG.
Would dare offend anyone. So,
it was unnecessary. I apologize for that.
Well, that's what happens. You get delirious after a certain amount of time. It's really what happens. So I get it. I understand. But I think it is time for us to wrap all of this episode up. Thank you all for listening. If you enjoyed what you heard, please spread the word. You can support us on Patreon. Patreon.com/watchreviewrepeat is our website on Patreon. If you go there, you can get early access to all of our regular episodes. But more importantly, right now, you can get timed exclusive access to our coverage of The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, and before long, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King. So we're doing the Lord of the Rings trilogy as part of our ongoing series of epic bonus episodes. As I said in the beginning, Fellowship of the Ring obviously is now out on the regular feed. Hopefully everyone's had a chance to listen to that. But as of this, we've recorded The Two Towers, and we have not recorded The Return of the King, but I think that's probably the next on the docket for us. So look forward to that hopefully quite soon. Now, in terms of everything else, our website's watchreviewrepeat.com. That'll get you links to all of our social media accounts, as well as just anything else related to us. So in terms of the socials, we're on Twitter at WRRPod. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/watchreviewrepeat. And on Instagram, we are at watchreviewrepeat as well. If you have any questions, comments, suggestions, send that to watchreviewrepeat@gmail.com. I believe it's not actually in the script, but what we say is if you've got something to say, send it our way. I believe that's our new catchphrase. I gotta make sure that gets into the script, otherwise I might forget at some point. It'll be very sad. But yeah, happy to hear. Obviously, we kind of had a pseudo listeners corner with Henrique here, but even if you're not going to be on the pod yourself, you can certainly make an appearance in that fashion by sending some thoughts on things you've been up to, things you've watched, etc. So we'd love to hear about anything and everything. Maybe not literally anything, everything within reason, I should say. Keep it PG, right? So yeah. Our intro and outro checks, Mechanolith by Kevin MacLeod and Compotech.com, licensed under the Creative Commons by Attribution 3.0 license. I don't know what our next episode is. I think Andrew and I have discussed possibly Godzilla -1 as an option.
Oh, that looked interesting.
That's another theater visit. We didn't do anything for a while, and then the Marvels came along, so maybe we'll do 2 in a row.
I gotta watch that Miyazaki film. That's what I know.
Oh, when is that one out?
Too. That's a few days as
now?
Well. Double feature again. Japanese double feature.
Japanese double feature.
Ooh. Could be cool.
Could be cool.
It's 2 movies to see in the theater, though. But hey, we'll see. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure that out.
And we got to watch 4 hours of Lord of the Rings in the near future too. So we got a few things to do. So and you got a baby to raise. I've got
drums.
I could find the time, but I got drums. I got drums to play. They won't play themselves. But anyway, we'll figure it out. Before we say goodbye, I want to say thank you, big thank you to Henrique for hanging out with us.
Thank you
for quite a long time. Talking Marvels, talking Loki, talking lots of Marvel in general, and other things obviously too. So we appreciate you giving us your time and hanging out with us and giving us some fun facts too.
Yeah, thanks as always for having me. I'm sure it contributed to the long run time, but we had a good time.
I won't hold it against you. I don't blame you. I think if someone did the math and looked at who talked the most, I would bet good money that it was me. Good money.
You got times it by 3, so then it adds up.
Yeah.
All right, Andrew. I think this is your part.
Well, take care now. Bye then.
Laters on the Menge. For you. For all of us.